up, guys? What up? What's up, Brian, David, Wheels, Jeffro? What's up? What's up? It's gonna be a good spaces today, guys. Some crazy shit has happened today. Apparently, I think it is. It needs to be talked about, and we got to talk about the last few days in the ZBAC community. There's a lot of things that we need to discuss, but let's see. Um, I mean, I think there's enough people here listening. It doesn't really matter. We'll just get it going. Uh, Movement Labs has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And I just think we need to take a step back before we even address the situation that has been taking place over the last week. Just take a oh, hold on. Let me make sure I actually make sure people can speak. Hold on real quick. Hold on. Hold on real quick. Hold on. So yeah, Movement Labs files for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. The same company that Sam Topolaya was spoken about as a ghost advisor, where he allegedly made away with millions and millions of dollars, bundled wallets, etc., etc. And as of today, the impeccable timing of this space is as of today, they have now filed for bankruptcy. And after hearing this news, I can't help but question, why did Sam really leave Zbeck Network, right? I mean, he would have known this was coming, and that this PR heat is going to come. I'm not sure how many people are really going to take this and run with it, but this is not a good look for Zbeck Network, considering he was also referred to as an advisor by Simon Babakani as well. So this is not looking good. Let's see here. Anyone wants to come up and speak, I can go ahead and hand you guys a mic. Saga, I hope you are doing well, man. Hope the crypto conference has been going good for you, my man. Wheels, David, I don't know if you want to talk, but we can definitely throw you all up here. I just tossed y'all a mic. Any Zbeck people, please request to speak. This is a very good time to talk about this project situation. So, Movement Labs files for bankruptcy. It's not looking too good for Sam Topolaya, as he was the ghost or shadow advisor of this company, quoted quite literally the worst market maker deal some of these executives have ever seen, and Sam Topolaya was CC'd on this email. Now let's fast forward. I mean, we don't really got to go into it. Zbeck is really the topic of conversation here, but after this, right, Movement really struggled to gain any traction after they bundled millions of dollars. I think it was around $36 million given to advisors. Sam got a chunk of that. And yeah, we fast forward. They are now in bankruptcy, and I can only imagine that the heat is going to start coming after Sam, Simon, Zbeck as well. I want to say this is alleged before I make this next statement. Let's see who requested a mic. Yes. Before I make this next statement, I want to say this is completely alleged and just my idea, because it's hard to really put a finger on what's really going on here. But if I were a criminal, I'm just thinking like a criminal here. If I were a criminal and I just stole millions and millions and millions of dollars and threw my coworker under the bus in a previous scam known as Movement Labs, I mean, and then Sam Topolaya is named as the CEO of Zbeck in this article. So now he's also running Zbeck. He just made off with millions and millions of dollars. And Zbeck magically gets an uphold treasury. And I just want to say this is alleged because I don't know. But Dark said something yesterday about, what if they're using this uphold treasury to take out collateral on, basically. And who would be the number one signer behind a treasury wallet for uphold? It would have to be the person behind the business documents, and that is quite literally only Simon, Sam, or Sahan. And any ideas that you have that these treasury wallets are multi-sig, that there's multiple levels of security put in place so nothing bad happens, you can throw it right out the window. All right. Uphold makes money off of the fees that ZBEC generates. They do not care what's going on in this treasury. ZBEC is just another client, and I hate to say it, but that is just the truth. And I just get this kind of feeling that ZBEC is somehow used as a slush fund for Sam, Simon, etc. Maybe Sam after the movement scandal, this is being used as a slush fund. I don't know, but if I were a criminal, again, I would file bankruptcy before having to pay out a settlement, and I would move all of my money into something else, which could literally be an Uphold Treasury wallet or a ZBEC scam. And that's just an idea. This is completely alleged. I don't actually think that's the case, but it's a possibility at this point. And if we can really go ahead and talk about ZBEC just real quick, anyone can come up and speak, but over the last 72 hours, maybe 4 days, it has gotten disgusting. The level of lies that Simon himself has pushed and that the ZBEC community have pushed on their own community. And we have seen the result of that over the last 2 days. We've looked at some of the numbers, and these holders are leaving ZBEC. There's a very good video that was posted by A-Train, I think last night, about leaving the ZBEC community, and you've seen it. Mr. Forsyth has made some videos on this, which, by the way, I'm not even going to go there. But Mr. Forsyth has made some videos on ZBEC and kind of woke a lot of people up to a burn mechanism and to the situation with burns. And this is disgusting, guys. This is all a matter of fact. I can go ahead and put some posts in the Jumbotron in just a second once I get kind of warmed up. But Simon went on record, and he has been on record for years, saying that ZBEC Network is a deflationary token. We burn our tokens after we do our buybacks. I mean, he said this multiple times on record. I've clipped it in my post. All right, he's on an interview with Bree Teresi, saying basically that ZBEC relies on buybacks and burns and being deflationary, and that's the most important part, etc., etc. Their white paper says that they burn their buybacks, etc., etc. And so we're like, okay, guys, show us the burns. It can't be that hard. Show us the burns. We've discussed this before. And to date, ZBEC has burned about $2,300, maybe a little bit more than that. When they're buying back $60,000, $50,000, $100,000 a clip, a buyback, and throwing it away, and saying basically that it's not going back into circulation, that they're not burning it now, but it's not going back into circulation. And basically, we caught Simon on record saying all this stuff. We're pressing him. Obviously, the Lemonade Stand, you guys have seen that document. Hopefully, you guys have read that. We can organize all this stuff later, but Simon says there's burns. He gets exposed in the last spaces, the last super app spaces that he goes on. He gets exposed by Ben, who's probably heavily involved with this project as well, but I mean, he got him to kind of omit some things. And Simon goes on to say that, no, guys. All the interviews and all the spaces and all the media appearances and the words and statements that I have been saying for the last 1 to 2 years about being deflationary, about having burns or white paper, everything I've told you guys, it's not true because we voted on the burn to stop back in 2024. Here, check this Medium post that anyone can go ahead and post whenever they want to and write whenever they want. All right? So that's bullshit. Then we're like, okay, show us the fucking vote. You're lying. Simon, you're lying. Show us the vote. And we go ahead, we pull up the vote, we look at the Dow, whatever. It's 100% yes. Against Burns? And so after the fact, you guys go on and put Burns in your white paper, you go on media and YouTube, and you make everyone think that this is a deflationary utility currency with supply dropping. All right, and you're not going to play these little games on words where it's out of the circulating supply. We're not burning it, but it's out of the circulating supply. Get this out of here, guys. Today, multiple people have watched a $100,000 buyback go forward for ZBEC. You guys pumped up 10% and fucking rugged all the way back down within a matter of a few hours. Not only that, all right, we're looking into evidence at this point where we're saying that where are the tokens that these people are buying back? Where are they going? Where are they really going? And I haven't had I've been real busy, so I haven't had a full minute to really look at all this evidence in great detail. But allegedly, right, some of these tokens that are going to the buyback wallet are being moved right back out, and they're making smaller and smaller accounts for ZBEC, which leads me to believe, well, one, they're lying about where these tokens are going. Two, what the fuck was I just going to say? So they're lying about where these tokens are going. All right, that's one. And two, they are inflating the holder number. All right, something else I want to make very clear here is the $100,000 holder number for ZBEC, I believe, is completely inflated. And you don't have to believe me. All right, go back to the movement scandal. They just filed bankruptcy. And look at all the bundled wallets that Sam Thapalaya had a key for and authority over to catch these millions of dollars when they made the, quote, worst market maker agreement ever. Right? Look at all the bundled wallets. It's a staple of Sam. So I don't believe for a second, I mean, we can go ahead and look into it. I don't believe for a second that there's actually 100,000 real genuine holders in this at all. Similar to what they say for XRP, right? Drop the numbers a little bit. A lot of people have multiple wallets. People have, wallets they play games with, et cetera, et cetera. But you're not going to tell me, I'm on X all the time looking at this community. You're not going to tell me that there's 100,000 people here. It's not happening. So when I see 200 people selling their bags on HolderScan because of burn talk that Simon can't back up, and then he comes out and says that these aren't going back into circulation when they clearly are, there's something to be said there. All right? You have people flipping out of the community day by day. It is happening. And you guys, this is not going to end well for ZBEC, in my opinion. And I'm not even talking conspiracy here. We're really just talking facts. I mean, I can go into all the other BS that's going on with ZBEC, but this is a tool for a scammer out there. You guys are liquidity. ZBEC is liquidity. All right? You guys are just getting rugged over and over and over. And I don't know what's going to happen from this point on, but Simon just got caught in a major, major lie. And he has misled many investors for years. So has Sam. So where do we go from here? I don't know. But I can tell you that people are not very happy. And I don't see any signs of this, slowing down anytime soon. Divine timing for movement to file bankruptcy today. And I can't help but think that something is coming for ZBEC. I don't know what is going to happen, but something's going to come. And today in the spaces, we were, I guess, anticipating a special guest, quote unquote, from the ZBEC community. If he shows, he shows, and if he doesn't, he doesn't. But we don't really need him to come out and talk because we pretty much know everything we need to know about the community at this point. A lot of the people left here are straight shills and straight up lying over the last 48 hours about what ZBEC truly is and trying to make it seem like it is some utility currency in which it's not. And it's getting disgusting, guys. It's getting really bad. And you're seeing the community start to wake up. And I can only wonder what's going to happen from here. It's going to be hard to say. But I encourage everyone from ZBEC to come out and speak up, because I know there's a lot of you in there that cannot deny facts. And I'm open to conversation. We don't have to pretend like this is a utility currency, because it's not. All right, let's just stop right there. Just stop the argument before it even starts. And if you are going to come up on stage and talk, I want you to have an understanding that this is not a utility currency. I want you to have an understanding of what's really taken place over the last 4 days, because multiple lies in multiple directions have been, inconsistencies have gotten proven with ZBEC, with Simon, and you got fucking movement. I'm sorry to snap, guys, but you have movement filing for bankruptcy. The shit has to deal with Sam Thapalaya. He was an advisor for the shit. I mean, they filed for bankruptcy today. God knows what's happening behind the scenes. All right. Sam just leaves, scoots out, goes right on to Zebek. And what are we supposed to say about that? Are we supposed to accept this and think that this isn't suspicious? To think that this isn't going to happen again? Right? You have ZPOC nodes, you have Eclipse, you have Movement, you have Zebek, you have ZBC. He's done it over and over and over. And it brings into question the community members like 314, like YabX Crypto Money, like Lantern, the people who just blatantly peddle and spew lies and bullshit all day long. And there's not many left. There's not many left, to tell you the truth. I don't want to go into the crazy stuff with them and XRP, Las Vegas, and all this stuff unless they're here to speak on it. I mean, but we can just, you guys understand they are not trustworthy. I don't have to go in and say it, guys. They are not trustworthy at all. All right? You got people, these people have worked with market makers in the past, tried to pump tokens in the past. Right, we've got people meeting with Uphold to try and shill some type of Zebek Network podcast, and a whole bunch of shady activity going on with this coin. And I think we're seeing the community just start to wake up over the last few days. And I'll just go in and say it for A-Train because I don't know where he's at right now. He posted the video publicly so we can talk about it, and I'll just find it and I'll make this the first thing in the Jumbotron. But you have real money out here at stake. And the issue with me has always been that this is not a meme coin. If it just was and you guys were shilling a meme coin, this wouldn't be an issue. But there's not real utility. So what is it? Some demonic thing in the middle, in my opinion. Uh-oh, did I just rug?
No, you're good. You're good.
Oh, my screen rugged a little bit. In my opinion, this is just some crazy bit. How am I going to get this fixed? Let me see here. There we go. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I may or may not rug. We'll see. But basically, this is just some weird thing in the middle here. It's not a meme coin. It's not a utility coin. So what is it? And we're listening to A-Train from last night, and this guy, there's real money here. He's put in a 401k into Zebek, and I'm not here to bash on anyone. People are out here risking real money here, and this means something. Like, and you got, and they're faking utility. They're faking burns. What do you do? What do you do? So the community's waking up, and people are starting to turn on each other. They're eating each other alive, in my opinion. And it's only a matter of time before this shit ends up in a court. It ends up on a Netflix documentary. It ends up on YouTube, on a CoffeeZilla video. God knows what could happen here. If someone else wants to take the mic for a second, I gotta fix this. I feel like I'm about to rug out of here.
No face. I wanted to discuss, like, obviously you went into Ruel's live stream, as did I,
Yep.
as did David, and I know that Ruel and Crypto Future were both asked to debate David. I believe there was money put up if they could beat David in a debate. So, like, these are guys that are shilling it hardcore, like Ruel, Maximus Crypto, Crypto Future, and they wouldn't even address the facts that David was putting into the conversation on YouTube and yourself. We all say we want questions answered, we want AMAs. How come the top shillers are not even answering basic questions or willing to debate live on a space?
I agree.
I can only think they can't defend themselves because they know it's bullshit. Just my opinion.
No, I agree 100%. And I just think there's something coming. There's a storm coming for Zebek. And I know a lot of them see it, and that's where they're getting out right now. But Bro, holder scan 200. I mean, I don't know what the number's at now, if it rebounded or anything. At like noon today, I mean, 200 plus people are selling their bags. That's a chunk of the community here on X. All right, that's people watching the influencers, watching, seeing this go on. I mean, this is real guerrilla warfare. I'm hopping in the live streams and I'm speaking the facts. Crypto Rule is one, like, this guy. I mean, I'm amazed at how idiotic this person is when I watch his live streams. He's still shilling a Ripple partnership right now. He's saying, I mean, these community members are out here saying that this is the most transparent company. Lantern, quote unquote. This is so transparent. Bro, like, y'all, like, oh my god. They're gonna get themselves in trouble. Like, this is, you are walking people into a scam. They're trying to just scratch and claw people and liquidity into this project right now because it's over. And I've said it since the Ripple announcement. It's over, bro. You can't go bigger than that. Say what you want about any of that situation. You can't go bigger than a fake Ripple partnership announcement, a shill like that. And what's happened since? What has happened since? I mean, the super app, like, get out of here. And I understand it might be, again, it might be a real app. I want to give credit to what Saga is saying and has said in the past, that anyone can just vibe code an app and throw it on the App Store. And I want to say something else to that point, right? I got 5 on it, who's, I'm sure he might pop in at some point, who recommended me to watch this documentary called Bitcon about the Centura card scam. And I watched it. And the lines that can be drawn to ZBack, as if they have just, like, taken one thing from every good scam that's ever happened in the space and tried to combine it all in one. It is basically exactly what is going on with ZBack right now. It's disgusting. Even to the extent that Centura was going to create a legit good financial app. They were going to put the money into it to go legit. They had an opportunity to go legit. And instead they opted to pay developers to make a shitty app instead that didn't really do anything, never got upgraded, basically rugged the app. And I just feel like Zbeck's doing the same thing. To the extent that Centura went to South Korea to try and present their project like it was a legit project. They ended up getting kind of caught, but they all right, so they tell all to these people in South Korea, and these investors find out, okay, this is a scam, but we're going to invest in you anyway. And they end up investing in Centura anyway, knowing it's a scam. They went to South Korea. Do you know who else went to South Korea? Sam Thapalaya went to South Korea to shill ZBock nodes. I don't know. And I know it's a stupid little line to be drawn, but it's there. He went to South Korea, and I can tell you firsthand that the people in South Korea are much more upset than you guys may think. We can't talk to them. We have language barriers. They are pissed off because I know they can't give a voice to this right now. All right. They want these people in prison. They want Sam in prison, and this was before Zbeck was even really on the map like that. They want Sam in prison 100%. And I don't think they're going to stop until that happens or there's some type of court case happening in South Korea. You guys can find it yourself on every one of Zbeck's posts. There is people from South Korea saying refund ZPOC node. That is what that is. They stole tons of money from people. Tons of money from people. And then the CEO of Threebase acquired Nautilus, which had jurisdiction over the ZPOC nodes. And essentially, when this all crashed and burned, allegedly, this screenshot that I have shows the CEO of Threebase, Zuhair Riaz, stating that they want Sam in prison. If you can throw Sam in prison, I'll give you a kiss. I don't know what if that legitimizes Zuhair to any extent and Threebase, but it's true. That's what I saw. And I have the screenshot. You guys can go and scroll my account and find it. So this Bitcoin documentary that I watched really like kind of striked me, and it made me draw a lot of lines between the same thing. A lot of people know that the crypto card scam is one of the most well-known, most peddled scam in crypto. Uh, but this is like, it's just maybe it's all falling apart right now after Simon lied about all the burns. But this has always seemed just a little bit different to me. Like they really mastered the scam, in my opinion. And I hate to say it, but it's true. And I'm the one covering this shit. But they mastered a scam. And I'll give Zebek credit. I'll give Sam and Simon credit if you guys are listening to this anonymously. You guys are smart and you mastered a scam for a few years. Sam, your time is fucking coming, bro. Your first original scam just filed for bankruptcy. If you don't think that people are taking notice to that, I would take notice to that. All right? Simon, your time is also coming. You cannot just lie to your community and say that you burn, you're deflationary, etc., etc. All right? This is how triple cross this gets, guys. All right? If what they're saying is true, if they had a vote on not having burns in 2024, then why did they use their white paper in 2025 to say that their buyback program literally burns bought back tokens? That's what they adjusted after Simon Spaces. So he lied and then went back and tried to clear his lie again, which proved another lie. They're triple, quadruple, quintuple crossing the ZBAT community. It's getting so confusing that they can barely see it at this point, and at least some of them are waking up. My goodness, like it's just, I don't know, guys. It gets disgusting. Let me invite some people up here. You know, I just don't know what happens from here, guys. I don't know what you can do. I'm really happy to see people kind of coming together, and I don't know. I haven't been around for every single crypto scam to ever take place. I don't know, you know, if someone can correct me if I'm wrong, if a community has really came together this much over just like trying to fucking stop this shit, grassroots organization type of thing. Like, we're gonna get something done, but I'm sure it's happened with like FTX and Safe Moon and all these different kind of little scams. But I mean, we're watching this shit happen in real time, guys. At one point, Dark Horse was talking about this before me. Monet Loves XRP was talking about this before me. Like, there was only a few people out there, and then there was me, and I was just batshit crazy, talking crazy. And David as well. I'm sure he's said things a lot in the past, and there's been people, but now it's coming to a point where I think we've all had enough. And I think sometimes the ZBet communities, they've had enough too at this point. David, you're good to go. Hopefully that pops up for you. Yeah, it's just, I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do from this point on. I think Simon has to come out and literally give a statement. I don't know if there's any way for them to correct this. This is some of the worst lying I've ever seen. Just so obviously proven wrong. Let me see. Let me find the clip real quick. I have it saved here. Literally, when you put the clips next to each other, it's one clip. He says, "We are specifically linked to being deflationary. It is and burns. It is very important." And then the next space is the most recent one. He goes, "We voted into." Okay, first off, the first spaces was in like 2025, late 2025. Then he goes in this spaces and says, "We have a vote in 2024 to stop burns." Then the vote shows 100% yes. And didn't say, I don't even know if it said anything about stopping burns. I mean, they're just so, like, what do you do? I mean, so many lies. I don't know what you do. Let's get some people in here. And thanks everybody for showing up for sure. The community is waking up bit by bit. And I think it's only going to accelerate, in my opinion. And I'm inviting the ZBAT community to come out here and please, please, please come talk. I don't think there's any defending what's been going on the last few days.
It just makes me sick that guys like Lantern are still out here posting every day, daily DCA. Like, how do you look yourself in the mirror with all this evidence coming forward? I don't understand.
I mean, they are learning. You have to admit it. If you guys were here last year, the constant refrain was 1 ZBCN per transaction, which, by the way, on its face is just silly math. If you think that they're doing transactions in real time, which they're not, but you could easily, if you did an ounce of research, go see that was your Chat GPT or Grok LLM referencing an outdated white paper where that was relevant to Nautilus Chain, which they sold to 3base a while ago. And I would tell people this, and they'd be like, "Get out of here, futter!" And they would continue to say 1 ZBCN for a transaction, like they were just like NPCs.
Fuck up! Is there a reason why?
I didn't shut up about it, and I was like, this is what an SPL is. It literally cannot be used for the things you say it's used for. It's literally not multi-chain. It depends entirely on Solana, inherits its security from that layer, and to the extent Zebek is multi-chain, it's because it doesn't need ZBCN. That's precisely why it can go and hop around and open its vault contracts on XLM or Solana and so forth. And I raised enough hell about this that they sent the questions and complaints up to headquarters, and only then, and this is I think the telling part, only then was Zebek like, you know what? This was highly relevant to investors, but now we'll go ahead and, you know what we'll do for you guys? New tokenomics. That's what we'll do for you. It's like, why did it take David doing all that? Okay, whatever. New tokenomics. I mean, that would have been when I got off the boat right away, right? Because they were promoting this the whole way and never mentioned that. But then they're like, don't worry, we has no utility yet. It will someday. I would have like, you didn't tell us that to begin with, though. And we're supposed to be trusting you, which, by the way, is antithetical to the whole DeFi crypto experience and investment thesis that I should have to trust a single company at all, which got us in this trouble in the first place. Go try to tell people who are invested in Bitcoin what you're doing. Anyway, so that's what happened, and then they carried on and kept buying ZBCN regardless of no one came to my inbox was like, you know what,
I'm convinced
actually,
people
I take that back a bit, but the same people that you mentioned, Saga, they just kept buying it all the way down. No one came and said, hey, we're sorry, dude, you were right. Thanks for, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even have these new tokenomics, which are now forced burns. And so then they kept provoking people, and everyone that asked good questions, they would call futters and block and excommunicate from their little echo chamber. And so I was like, all right, fine. So I dropped another one, and it moved the goalposts again. Simon, they couldn't answer it themselves. They couldn't refute it themselves. Not a single person, well, most of them probably didn't read it, precisely because some of them probably can't read it. But it found its way to Zebek again. Help us, Simon. Save us once more from these pesky things called facts that are linked to primary sources and on-chain analysis. The YouTubers can't do it. Simon said, okay, guys, I got you. I'm going to have to say this again. David was right. I know I said that last time. I'm going to say it again. David was right. Nothing's deflationary here. Probably shouldn't use that word. But hey, we do buybacks. Oh, well, that's fantastic. Everyone's saved now. They do buybacks. Okay, these buybacks are capped at 500K, and they're inversely correlated to price. That's the opposite of a flywheel because it's denominated in the fiat from the card revenue. So if this gets to this 10 cents, I heard somebody say $5 EBCN today. If this gets to these prices you guys are bullish about, that means the card revenue buys less and less ZBCN, denominated in fiat, as that price of ZBCN goes up, which means it is less and less of a demand on the supply. This is just math. It is not a flywheel. It's the opposite of a flywheel. And again, it wouldn't matter because it's arbitrary. And then Simon says this other thing. I had to comment on that post he came out with, and you guys, I know you saw it. He's like, hey, don't worry, it's in circulation. It'll never come out of circulation. That's actually not how that works at all. And you've got aggregators like CoinMarketCap and CoinGecko and several of these places, exchanges, and they all have their own definitions of circulating supply, by the way. So there's not like a technical absolute definition like Webster Dictionary is going to come and tell a decentralized ecosystem what circulating needs to be, right? But everybody here, if I were to ask you guys all to not look at what the aggregators say, I know what their definitions are, would all say the same thing.
Sorry guys, I'll stop.
It means they cannot sell it ever again, dump it ever again. It is impossible. It is either programmatically locked with open source code like Ripple's escrow that everyone can go and see when the release schedules are, and the company cannot do anything about that, or it is in some obscure, opaque dark pool that is an uphold treasury where once it goes through their quote unquote buyback wallet, which by the way, you can see stuff coming in and out of every day. It's not held there. It goes to the uphold treasury and they promise you, we'll never put it back in circulation. We won't. Once we put it there, we won't take it back out again. That's a trust me, bro. Listen, do what you want if you guys love Simon, but don't say you're in DeFi. That's DeFi blasphemy. One guy says to you, I promise I won't sell this. We have total authority over the treasury, though. Guys, this is the same guy who would not tell you this stuff even existed the way it does and had to change the rules on you the whole way. You trust this guy who just got supplanted as the CEO last year when they didn't even make an announcement because they are ashamed of having to do-si-do CEO with Sam? You're putting your trust in this guy and you call him transparent? You can't even see the uphold treasuries. What's in there? You can't audit it. That's the whole point. This isn't transparency. So now their reaction to it is to come out and provoke people again, and when people make good points and ask good questions, to continue to call us fudders and beat people over the head rhetorically, not actually refute a single argument. So now I'm going to publish another document. And this one is going to prove, because that's what I do, a whole lot worse than you saw in the first one. And it's going to have the same effect. Some people are going to be like, all right, well, this is too much now. And the rest of you will entrench yourselves even more. Quick preview. I'm going to prove, because I went through the code, that, and I tested this, by the way. It's not hard if you're a programmer. You do not need to use a super app or Zabex products at all to hit the endpoints on these smart contracts. I can use Solana.init stream, withdraw, cancel, anything. I can use the streaming service and the vault setup service and the programs directly and pay the actual fees on Solana, XLM, all I want. I do not need to go through Zabec. That's just an application layer that abstracts the complexity away, which, by the way, I'm a fan of. That's a good business model. Most people, let alone institutions, who will never buy ZBCM, by the way, prefer not to have to deal with all that. They like that abstracted away. That's why I like Ripple's business model. It sort of abstracts that away if you don't want to use the DEX, for example. What these guys are doing is they're saying, don't worry, here's the way the flywheel works. You can't use our products unless you pay us in stablecoins, which will convert to ZBCN by buying it back, or ZBCN directly. Actually, I can, and I can prove that. And that's what's going to be in the next book. And I'm telling you, you can go do it too if you know how to hit an endpoint and make an HTTP request. So that's how smart contracts work. So there goes your ZBCN requirement. It's already arbitrarily required, and they can turn that off anytime they want, which is the whole point of it being a useless SPL with no utility. But now that even they can enforce that other part. The second thing I'm going to prove very easily is that they can freeze and drain everything in these employee pre-funded smart contracts called vaults. Yeah, they can't do it right now, but they have the sole key on the BFP. It's an upgradable BFP. They had the option to make these programs. There's program wallets, and there's program addresses, and then PDAs, program derived addresses. And then there's the BFPs. These things, they left upgradable to a sole key, a sole signer, which means they can go in at any point, say you're an employer who pre-funds a wallet, a smart contract, I should say, and they can change the code and upload new bytes to it. And now suddenly, if they want to, they can freeze it and drain it, which, by the way, is no different from what they can also do to their quote unquote staking, pseudo staking smart contract. They own the sole key to that too. This is not DeFi. You guys are trusting these guys who have full access over your stuff not to do anything nefarious with it. And what else is going to be in there? A lot of stuff. I'm going to address this ridiculous, they're transparent stuff, and they're just like Ripple stuff. That's absolutely bogus, but don't worry. I'll write it all down, and everyone can have it, and they can read it, and maybe No Face will make another video off of it. And we're going to keep doing this because there's a mountain of evidence that you guys are not in DeFi, and you don't care about facts, and people are getting helped in the background, and the price action looks like it. We're going to keep doing this, not because I cared so much about Zebek being manipulators. I do care about that, but I wouldn't waste my time. That was there. There's plenty of scams in the world, but it's because of their community. That's why I do it. I do it because the people that go out online and treat the people on Twitter who ask honest, rational questions like crap all day long deserve this. They deserve it. So, Simon, I know you hate ZBCN Nation more than we do. You wish they would please stop calling attention from all these good researchers and inviting all this scrutiny. We are trying to do this in the shadows. Please stop constantly provoking the smart people. It's ruining the grift. Well, if you want us to stop, you will tell them to stop treating people like crap. Disavow them. Say, just like ZBCN, man, these guys don't represent us. We're going to stop sending them merch. And we're going to clarify that David is right, except we're going to do it directly this time instead of just admit it in the abstract every single time. That would get me to shut up.
Yeah. I think at some point, right, like when are people like Lantern and 314 and Moneyman, SOB, and all these people just gonna shut up? Like, no one believes your shit anyway. The only people in this situation right now who believe what these, anti-FUD people have to say, quote unquote, are the people brand new to crypto who come in and see. I don't know what situation a new investor could come in and actually believe this shit at this point, right? There's too much information out there, but I mean, these people are just so moronic, in my opinion. I just can't. Lantern's got to be the worst of them all. I mean, you cannot go into comments and just shill, saying they're the most trustworthy company. They're so trustworthy. But that is like it's one of the most like predatory things you could do. I don't care how many bags I hold or who holds what, or you could be the richest person ever. You should never say this is the most trustworthy investment for you. No. You default to I'm not an advisor. Do your own research. Here's some research to help maybe. And that's what we're doing here. But it's disgusting what these people are doing. It's just
Yeah. That reminds me. Shout out to Dark Horse. He was looking out for me the other day when I was trying to help somebody, because I help people with financial advice in private, like friends and family and stuff like that, where I have trust and I assess the risk. But I told some guy something that maybe I shouldn't have in terms of what might be a safe bet. I thought I chose my words pretty carefully, but I explicitly said XRP is a safer upside than ZBCN. Now, obviously, that might be construed as financial advice. I don't care. I feel like to the extent that results in investor harm, I would have to be wrong. And I think the chances of that are 99.999% not going to happen, to quote Jay Claver. So I feel comfortable with that risk margin. But yeah, absolutely someone coming out and saying, like that ghost guy did, guys, I assure you, your investment is safe. Keep buying this token. About ZBCN, in the face of all of these facts that have come out to the contrary, that's dangerous. I wouldn't touch that with a 1,000-foot pole. So these guys are culpable, by the way, when they do that. So it's movement today, it's Zebek the next day. By the way, that's another thing that's going to be in the next book. I actually listened to the 2-hour hearing, and the Clarity Act is not going to be kind to people who own 50% of the float, and basically the same thing that Ripple actually lost in court was the institutional sales, not the programmatic sales, the institutional sales, right? And they paid a fine for that. If you go back and look at the early funding rounds and the seed rounds for Zebek, it wasn't all public. It was private. Those are the same style of sales, and they're kind of borrowing from Ripple, not in just narrative, but in that sort of legal clemency that they're trying to borrow from. And it's not the same at all. None of this is programmatically locked, and they have access to this. You're going to see references to Certic, the third-party auditor that said they found all this centralization and flagged it, and Zebek did nothing. And then they abandoned their old repo, and they're no longer audited at all, and you can't even find their new repo. It's all in the shadows, and they're a private company, so they don't have to give out disclosures. So you guys are trusting these people and without having to be accredited investors. That's a securities sale, okay? some administration, if it's not today's administration, will, especially after the Clarity Act language that I'm going to cite in the book that I heard, is going to look at that unfavorably. You cannot own over 50% of the float. And by own, I mean you could make a withdrawal at any time you want because you either own the keys or you own the account through your treasury. You cannot own that much and then tell people we have a business and a product to sell and there's revenue that gets that, and you don't own private equity because you're not a shareholder in the actual company's Zebec network, and then build up your capital on tokens that have a disingenuous fake artificial flywheel without getting somebody to eventually scrutinize that. So legally, I think they're in hot water. And you know this because Kraken is about the only US exchange they can get that has any repute. The big ones, Binance and Coinbase, they actually vet for securities issues. Not quality, they all list meme coins, but securities violations. Do you have a company that's the face of this doing this? That's why they haven't listed them so far. I mean, it should be obvious. They think they've got these like Deutsche Bank and FedNow endorsements and all this stuff they don't understand, and yet Coinbase refuses to list them. It's because they looked into this stuff and they're like, no, that's another lawsuit waiting to happen. We're not touching that with a 1,000-foot pole. So, I can't tell the future. I'm not going to say what's going to happen legally, but I speculate for sure that it's not going to look too favorably for Zebec in the future. Could be wrong. I also don't know what the price is going to do, but I'm just here to say it's a gamble. I'm not here to say that meme coins can't go to the moon. Meme coins can go to the moon. Just know you're playing with a meme coin is all I'm here for.
Yeah. And they get in hot water when they pose as a utility currency and they're a meme coin. And that's not gonna, this is just, the reason, I mean, we take it all the way back, the reason all these investors got into Zebec in the first place is because they were shilling to the XRP community as a utility coin, as some revolutionary, payment mechanism, and Zebec, and you throw it out so much that people get caught up in the smoke. And again, like, nobody would care or even, waste their time trying to speak truth if they just came out and said, yeah, we're a meme coin, and just completely just redesigned and just became a meme coin. That's fine. But like, this is where it just gets to be something different, and it gets to be ridiculous, and it's just something in the middle that I never liked, and I don't know what it is. Again, quote unquote, in my opinion, scam. But you can't just, and then you have these influencers out here just shilling narratives, and exactly what David just said, saying literally, our investment is fine. We won't tell you anything, but your investment is okay. Don't worry. Like David said, don't worry about all the facts that are out in front of your face right now. The fucking lemonade stand was 70 plus sources, excuse my language. But like, don't worry about the 70 plus sources with not only Appendix A and a B. All right, don't worry about it. All right, your investment is safe, and Simon's gonna keep lying for you. Yab X Crypto Money takes a fake vote on X saying, do you guys want Burns? Everyone's saying yes, because why wouldn't you? Meanwhile, no one would have the vote if any of this shit was real in the first place. And it's not. It's all fake. And there's not enough attention, too, on the 100% yes vote, whatever vote it was in the DAO. I've been saying the DAO is manipulated forever, but they literally have 100% yes vote, which is, I mean, guys, just wake up.
Yeah,
just wake up.
I have hope, though. No face. Like, again, they've been learning because these guys keep moving the goalposts, which they're no longer saying 1Z% per transaction. They're not grateful for that, but they're changing. Now the narratives, we don't even care about Burns. It's like, okay, you're at least learning, though. Admit that if no one had said anything, you'd still be on that same tape. And right now, somebody just sent me a snapshot of they've got a competitive space going right now. It's all hype space to compete with this space, and we've ratioed them 2-to-1. So yeah, people are coming out for the truth. They're done with the echo chamber, and the price action kind of looks like that. Now, I wouldn't get anyone's hopes up that anytime soon the charts are going to go down to zero, because again, the guys own like over 50%. the one company. They're going to keep that. They're going to keep that liquidity going. But in terms of you expecting to have some upside up to like 10 cents, I don't know. I doubt it, because sell pressure. They're all underneath you, and they don't need 1,000x like you do. Because you live in your mom's basement and make $5 an hour. They actually have real money, and they're happy to get only 50% out of it, or let alone 2x. Same with the venture capitalists, and I talk about that too. Everyone's like, but these venture capitalists invested money early. Yeah, that's what they do. They're venture capitalists. There is a graveyard of wins and losses that every venture capitalist has on tech startups. It's not an endorsement. They're not worried about your rails of the financial future that don't exist. Come on now. These guys are new to the markets and business, so you expect that kind of thing.
Yeah, something that was interesting, actually, that I think someone discovered this like 2 days ago, yesterday, or something was, and again, it's not directly correlated to Zebek, but it is interesting that Shima Capital, they invested $6 million into Zebek Network, I believe, in a Series A or something like that, and they got in hot water with the SEC for misleading investors on their previous moves and portfolio, et cetera. They were telling people that they were getting like 99%, 90x return, like ridiculous figures, their investments, and they invested $6 million into Zebek. I know it doesn't really mean too much, but it's just everywhere you look with this project, it's suspicious things everywhere. And yeah, they can go ahead and run that spaces all they want. They might as well just come right over here, and we can just combine both of them. They might as well just come right over here, bruh. Ratioed, it's over. They're cooked for real. Like, it's gonna keep getting worse too.
Yeah, they are being helped. I just wonder where the line is. First we teach them that it's not actually 1 ZBCM per transaction. Then they find out it's nothing per transaction. Then they get new tokenomics and find out it's not deflationary. And then they find out it's being stored somewhere. And it's soon enough they're going to keep learning from us. At no point do I expect some of these people to be like, you know what, guys, we should probably stop digging. These guys have been right. Maybe we just switch to asking questions. At no point do I expect that, but I do expect that we keep moving the needle so far that they just rage and then say we're done. I don't expect to thank you, but eventually you're going to learn this thing into basic. They're already at the point where they're out there going, trust Simon. It's all we have left. He will save us. It's like, wow, that's not DeFi, but at least you admitted it out loud. You said the quiet part. I mean, we've gotten you that far. It was the rails of the financial future. But now you understand that TradFi already has these solutions. It's 100 lines of code. I could write it in an hour. I've seen it myself. You think if freaking Deutsche Bank or these places actually want a solution to pay somebody the way you guys pay them, they can't just click go? They don't need that. And it's completely replaceable for one, but they don't need it to begin with because it's not even decentralized. It's literally handing off control to Zebek. The trustless portion of this is that there's a sender and a receiver, and no one can manipulate that until the person who owns the upgradable program wallet and has a single key to it, guess who that is, decides to change it all. What serious institution is ever going to say, you know what, between buy and build, I don't think we're going to build this. We should buy it. We should invest. Nobody. ADP is not going to invest in this. They're not going to give up their market share because it's not decentralized. It's as centralized as anything they already have. This is gonna feel just like JP Morgan killing people's hopes who thought that XRP or Bitcoin was going to be like the new world currency or something like that before there was any stage for real neutrality, which there isn't yet. If there isn't ever a use case with genuine neutrality where the dollar or something like that isn't the world's reserve currency, then what you have is stable coins and CBDCs and tokenized deposits. It's all you need. Why on earth would they outsource control, market share, everything like that to a bunch of people who are happy to trust Simon? That's not even an alternative to TradFi at that point. Trust Jamie Dimon then. It's no different. So how they keep borrowing from sort of Ripple's narrative that they've had over the years, which is they said, listen, do you want to be unbanked? Do you want to do it yourself? And sort of, these various things that you hear, which are true about things like Bitcoin and XRP, if you wanted to use the DEX for some reason. That's true. Those are genuinely permissionless, and genuinely you do not need anyone's permission to use those. However, why would the vast majority of institutions who are regulated entities and not random libertarians who have to use this stuff, okay, why on earth would they ever just say, well, let's just switch over to Zebex products? Because they're what? They're Zebex products. They're Zebex software. They don't need it. Makes no sense at all. It's not even an alternative to the current system. It's this sort of deceptive, misleading thing whereby they say real-time pay, because you couldn't do that in a centralized rail. Yes, you can. It's called a database. The whole reason that you guys are used to pay periods, and trust me, I do this for a living. I make software for the government for payroll, is because people like pay periods. They like calculating leave that way. They like filling out timesheets in retrospect. And for the gig market that does want to pay every single second, you can have that. You can have that on somebody else's centralized rails. The only point for any of this, because anyone can build a program to unlock your stuff into an account that you can watch slowly. Anyone can build that. The only point for it to be DeFi is if it's neutral. And they built it in a way that no one can control, which Zebex provably has not. And the problem that I keep running into with Simon, and why I can't just say, well, ZBCN's crap, maybe Zebex will make it someday, is because he keeps playing with definitions, which makes me not trust him. First, it's deflation. That means something. And now he admits it, by the way. That's not even what he's trying to cover over. But he said it a million times. And then it's circulation. He's playing with that one too, and I'm going to prove it in my book. It's not. They absolutely can still withdraw that, and they haven't proven that they can't. He's just promising you something. And then on Ripple partnership, he abuses the word partnership so often. He gets on the stage at XRP Las Vegas, which isn't Ripple Swell, by the way. It's not endorsement by Brad Garlinghouse at a YouTuber booth. Okay, and he says, well, I just want to announce we're partnered with Ripple because we're going to build on the XRP ledger. Did everyone hear the second half, or were they just tuning into the hype there? It is permissionless. I can build on the XRP ledger right now. I can deploy those same smart contracts that they do right now. So in what capacity is Brad Garlinghouse not correcting Simon, having come on right after him? Because he's probably advising people how to build an XRP ledger. He's been doing it for 15 years. It's called bootstrapping. They built it. So if I go to Brad Garlinghouse and I say, hey, will you counsel my team on how to best build our products on the permissionless XRP ledger? Some dev from there's going to be like, sure, we'll email you. Let us know. We'll guide you. We've been doing that for everybody. We're doing that for this institution, that. That's not switching pain and dependency. The word partnership there is the same as if I hired a piano teacher. I'm partnered with my piano teacher now. No, you're not. She has 50,000 students. It's silly, but he can get away with the wordplay, because the people who subscribe to it do not understand. And worse than that, it's not as though they're a bunch of humble people who don't understand. Some of them are, bless you. It's a bunch of arrogant people who refuse to understand, and then otherwise they could just come ask questions, and the people who actually are developers in the room who understand crypto could just help them. And then if you look at all that and you decide, yeah, this is weird and shady, but you know what? Might still go to a penny. I'll be like, well, right on, bro. Welcome to the casino. We have nothing more to talk about. But that's not what they're doing. They're still out there being culpable, telling people their investment is safe because rails. That is not true. And they're all culpable.
Rails, man. It's all about the rails. If I hear rails, I'm buying right away. That's all I need to hear. That's all you have to say.
I'll tell you that this guy, I had a discussion with a dude today. It's not the other guy, Ghost. He's not so bad, but his name was like Ghost something. He only has like 63 followers. I can't remember what it was. Ghost Mode. And he made a post, and he was like, Ripple is going to acquire Zebex. And I commented on it, just maybe he's a genuine guy who wants to learn. I said, actually, As unlikely as that is, but if that did happen, that would be really good for Zebek and really bad for ZBCN, because ZBCN is completely dispensable to their whole product stack. So they would not use ZBCN. They would just, you know, and he got, he was like, well, that's not right because Nautilus 3. And I was like, okay, so you're new. That's okay. We were all new at some point. So what's happening here is your LLM that you probably pay $20 for is going out and doing a low bandwidth search for the keyword ZBCN, and it's landing on an old white paper. No worries. Here's the new white paper. Here's the new everything. That's not happening. And he was like, it's wild of you to say that. It's wild of you to say that. I was like, yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? Because it's written down. And to be more clear, so did Simon. I'm not sure if you've listened to him lately, but none of that's happening. And he just, he started going off on me. And I just thought to myself, why do I do this? Like, why do I bother? Like, what's the point? But here's the point. I'll tell you what I said earlier. He's going to be thankless. They're going to be entitled brats like they are. But I went back to his page later that day, and he made like 50 raging posts. And then one of them was like, so, I get that there's no burns and it's not needed for this or that and everything. But it does kind of sort of the buybacks do take it out of liquidity. So there. It's like, great. I know you're still mad and you're still kind of trying to find a way to just deal with the fact that you bought the top, but at least you're learning. And that's the best we can do. These guys have learned whether they like it or not. Go back to their posts last year. Look at their posts today. They can post all the dumb spandex wearing pirate memes they want. Okay, the AI generated nonsense posts that mean nothing and the buzzword soup they don't understand. But they're learning, and they're learning from us. And eventually, they're going to learn all the way, and then it's going to be Zebek who learns.
Yeah, this thing honestly has really accelerated over like the last few days to week. I mean, David, I can't thank you enough. But that document, whether they want to admit it or not, put some pressure on Simon, and Simon fumbled. Even his new post on X that he put out saying that not it doesn't go into circulation. Like he's just like throwing out lines to be proven that he's wrong, completely incorrect. Go ahead.
It's going to keep happening. So I'm going to come up with this next iteration. I'm going to publish this next doc. And here's what's going to happen. These guys are going to freak out, not refute it, try to meme it, change their own profiles to the title of the book. Thanks for that. You guys are super, super smart. Make it go viral, even though they hate it, because they just keep owning themselves. And then send it to Zebek so they have to respond to the issues which makes them go more viral. Or, I'm throwing you guys a bone here, you're going to be smart and ignore it. What I would hope you would do is silently read it to yourself and maybe help yourself be informed. But by gosh, if I release this and you guys just share it again and then and then just go on a campaign for me, I didn't intend for all that. I didn't intend for Zebek to respond like they did last time. In both instances, you guys are begging them to save you and bail you out. Just ask us. We're friendly. We just bring facts. We'll tell you more than Simon will. In fact, Simon has no technology background. He can come too. I'll teach him about his own program, since he apparently can't get the verbiage right because he's got a background in business. Hey, real quick, shout out to Denver. Denver, I miss you. I know you've been busy, but I have been messaging you, and this is my friend, by the way, Denver, Colorado. He's a family practice doctor. He's a good friend of me and the yield farmers. Denver, I have to say, man, I miss you being around. If I know you've been busy, but if you find it in your heart to come back and say what's up to everybody, we'd all appreciate it. You're a quality guy, and we love quality people. I hope you and your family are doing well. Sorry, I just had to say that real quick. No face, back to you.
Yeah, no, Denver. Anybody who wants to come and talk, please. The line is open here to speak. I don't know what's going on in that other spaces right now, but I can assure you it's not as open and honest as this one. So anyone can go ahead and speak and say anything, but this is just, they're getting defensive. You can see it. I don't think they were expecting a lot of their community members to flip after all this stuff is going on, but you can't just call everything FUD and not have any facts to back up what you're saying on the other end. I mean, the only thing these people say is, personal attacks. There's nothing of substance that they can provide to anything anymore. And if they were on their toes, like maybe along this ride that I've been on this entire time, if they were on their toes, they would have been able to prove me wrong along the way multiple times on multiple things that I ended up having to go and find out for myself if they were wrong or not, because I was getting no answers from the Zebek community. But they were so busy trying to refute all the facts and drown out the noise and manipulate, in my opinion, manipulate the people, manipulate holders. Their shills are out there lying to people, and they're just ignoring everything. And that's their game plan. I mean, you can, anytime you bring truth out to the table, the untruthful people are gonna squirm and do everything they can to drown you out, and that's what's happening here. They won't. There's nothing else that they will do besides that. Or the other alternative is they're leaving the community, which we have been seeing happening in the last 2 days. And I'm not sitting here trying to get people to sell their bags. I just think you guys really need to do the research on what's been happening the last week and all the lies that Simon has specifically said himself. It's proven the entire narrative that this company's been running on completely wrong this entire time. So I just encourage everyone to do their research. David, I'm looking forward to reading your new document that's going to be coming out. This is the blueprint, in my opinion, to just see where, if you're looking at any crypto project, you can look in the same kind of aspects that we're looking here at Zebek, Burns, what the CEO is saying, etc. All the BS, and you can take it to any other crypto project and you can apply it. And I think that's what's happening here. It's a blueprint. To me, I'm more confident now over the last year having to dig into the Zebek stuff and literally go head to head with this community, get letters from their silly barrister, slap tactics, etc. All this stuff going on, and it's been worth it because I've been able to really learn. This is my due diligence, and everyone's due diligence is a little bit different. Mine's a little bit more hands-on, and I'm happy that I've just learned so much this far. It's going to continue, but the blueprint is out there, guys, and I just hope it continues to spread throughout the Zebek community because it needs to. And like A-Train said, A-Train, I saw your request to come up here and speak. I'm going to toss you a mic, but don't be taking over my spaces all crazy, but you're free to speak whatever you would like to speak. I'm going to toss you a mic, but A-Train, said, do your research. And if you want to change it, guys, then you, the community, need to change it. And I'm not going to sit here and say that I have faith that Simon and Zebek can change anything at this point. But if you want something to change and you want to have an investment that you're comfortable in, then try your best. That's my opinion. Just like I try my best to expose the truth. Try and change it, because it's not looking good right now, and that's all I say. Got 2 requests here. I'm gonna let you guys up for sure. I keep hitting approve. It should be tossing these people mics any minute, but yeah, it's the community is the issue at this point. Eventually, people will wake up enough and will drown out the noise that no one will believe what Yab and Lantern and all these people are out here saying, because it's BS. And I mean, anyone who's telling you that these are the most transparent people ever, trust Simon, and Simon we trust. Bro, it's not in Simon we trust. It's Simon says. That's what's going on right now, bro. These people, anything Simon says, we're going to get behind it and run with it. And it's just ridiculous. What do you do in a situation like this? Right? I mean, the community is getting exposed, and this is going to continue. And I don't expect Simon to go ahead and actually let me interview him. I mean, why would he if they're really running some scam, in my opinion? But this is getting disgusting. And to the gentleman who had some money put into Zebek and has woken up as of recent, I do want to toss him a mic. So A-Train, if you have anything you would like to say, please go ahead. I enjoyed watching your video, man. I think it was eye-opening.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say, if anybody hasn't seen, I believe it's Longview Compute, or he did a video on YouTube today with Black Rue about the ZBEC FUD or whatever, right? I think it's Longview Compute. I don't know. He's a guy that's super into Canton. I don't have the name off the top of my head. I follow him and stuff, but I can't remember his name. But he was uh, he was talking to Black Rule, and Black Rule kept bringing up, the XRP partnership. He's like, yeah, he's like, I really don't have any questions about that. I don't really want to talk about that. And then he went on to say, because I was listening to this at work, and while I was, doing my job, and he goes on to talk about the Burns and how Burns, he's like, how is this project how is the token gonna accrue value? And he's like, well, it comes from the buybacks and this and that. And he's like, well, they only bought $400,000 back out of what 100, 500 million. I don't remember exactly the huge number that it was. He's like, that's not gonna equate to raising the token value. And he says, well, this is all based off the fact that we get mass adoption. And at that point, he starts reading comments. You guys should go watch for yourselves. But he starts reading comments, and you got people just dropping like flies in that YouTube. It was a pretty big. I mean, it was full of XR or not XRP maxis, but ZBCM maxis. And I'm out of this project. I'm out of this project. And you can just go to the video and start scrolling through the comments, and he was trying to save it. He was trying to tread water, but Longview, is it Longview Compute? I can't remember what it's called, but that guy's legit. He asked real questions, kind of like Mr. Foresight, and it did not go well. It did not go well. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Hey,
100% watch that. Sorry, Derek. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, A-Train man, it's good to hear from you. It's been a minute since we talked, and I know the last time that we were in a room together, it was me, you, David, several others, and we were trying to kind of go through some of this with you, and I'm glad that it's better received for you now, man. Because I'll say, and I believe that David can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe I can speak for him safely on this, which is that the purpose of this research and us, coming out with this wasn't to, hurt the value of the ZBCN token or to convince people to sell. The purpose was because we saw so many people being misguided and misled down a direction where they were believing they were investing wisely, doing something that would be beneficial for their family's future. And as opposed to the reality, which is much more directly akin to gambling on a meme coin. And so we felt that it was, important, if that it only helped maybe just one person with a real family, make a more wise decision. That it was kind of our duty, at least, to articulate that. And so for everybody that was misinformed and it has been helpful to, super super glad that was able to happen for you guys. For anybody that wants to plug their ears and not listen to reason, then I imagine that life has been and will continue to be difficult for you. And I still wish you nothing but the best. This is not personal for me. This is just information, right? And you have to be able to look at information in a mature way where you can just observe it, absorb it, process it through logic and reason, and come to a logical conclusion. That's all we were trying to do here. So.
Yeah, thank you. That was facts. A Train. I have a question for you, my man, because I gotta say, man, I watched your video, and it was really eye opening for me, to be honest. I've been here for a year, just trying to in whatever way I can, just trying to raise some type of truth and just not shutting up about this issue that I see in Zbeck. And watching your video, seeing someone who was a holder come out and uh, just say to basically do your research and to just make some shit happen, make something change. Um, I don't know if you want to speak a little bit to that, but I think it would be nice for everyone to hear from a holder themselves. maybe like how you got really started in this project, why you got invested. You don't have to go into great detail, but and just how it's been kind of on the other end of that, seeing all the evidence out here.
Yeah, so I originally came into this crypto space off XRP because my buddy, he's a Raiders fan. I'm obviously a Raiders fan. You can tell by my picture. Turned me on to XRP, and he got me onto that XRP hopium train, which then I got my stepfather hooked on, and I can't get him off of it now. Uh, I'm not going to get into that right now, but the point is that I found out about ZBCN and um, payroll by the second, and I had, as these fellas in here know me, I had my blinders on for a hot minute, and I just came over to this side of the fence maybe like, I don't know, a week ago or whatever, after the whole burn thing blew up. Because I've heard Simon speak about Burns. I've heard him on his live spaces that he's done for the past 2 years speak about burning tokens. And I watched the white paper and the website change in 24 hours after uh, Mr. Forsyth's video bringing it to light. And that, when I have, because I cashed out my 401k for crypto because I wasn't going to be able to take care of my family, my mom, my brother, my sister, my grandkids, my daughters. I wasn't going to be able to do that with my 401k. I would have ended up, I think if I stayed vested, I think I was going to end up with about like $1,300 a month. Well, I mean, right now my mortgage is $1,600. And that's if I work till I'm 67 years old. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do this, and I'm going to go a different route. And a lot of people that I've talked to have told me that that is a terrible idea, and I shouldn't have done it. But at the same time, you got to roll the dice. You got to roll the dice sometimes. And if it doesn't work out, I mean, I have nobody to blame but myself. But I chose to take matters into my own hands and do it my own way. Um, and yeah, when I swapped out, because I won't name the projects that I do hold now or whatever, but I will say that I did lose money, but I got out before there's going to be a major drop in that price. I mean, I'll be able to buy back in at triple zeros something, and I will buy back in because I do believe that during the bull market, I do believe that it will pump. Like they will be able to pump it off a height, and it might get to 10 cents, maybe 20 cents. But at that point, that's profit. That's not generational wealth. Um, and that's kind of where I'm at right now. Now I'm just kind of reevaluating the landscape, and I'm trying to figure out what plays I need to be into, and the one that I thought that I was going to put all my eggs in one basket on isn't what I thought it was. And so, that's why. And on top of that, there's just that there's some people in that community that um I don't want to say dislike. It's just they come off as fake, and I've been seeing it, but like I said, I have blinders on, and that's kind of why I am where I am right now, and why I did what I did, and why I've done what I've done in the last week. But yeah, I'm back. I'm back, and it's unfortunate for everybody besides you guys.
Good to hear from you, buddy. Hey, no face. I don't know if you're seeing this, but I gotta mention this. So this guy named Yab X Crypto Money. I have to read this because you know how
Oh
these
God,
guys, you guys
go
know how these
ahead.
guys
This
they like they like
first.
to they like to live action role play, right? As crypto experts when they know nothing about crypto, and this guy is trying to live action role play about macroeconomics, which I also know something about. And he says, I gotta, for anyone who's ever taken a macroeconomics course in college, please laugh with me. He says, this is what they're doing now that they realize they're wrong and moving the goalposts. Everyone's talking about burns. For real, that's the least of your worries. The burns are the least of your worries. The bigger problem with the burns was that your CEO lied about it and your whole thesis is trusting him. But moving on, he says, what's more important is increasing demand, not decreasing supply. It's basic economics. Actually, sir, I'm going to need you to know that the US dollar's had increasing demand exponentially since 1912. And you know what? It's lost 99% of its value because it's a supply issue. Supply and demand are absolutely both tethered to each other. The way these guys come out here with no understanding of markets and technology or business and just throw overconfident statements out there. And then worse, the way people just go, I like that. I'm going to reshare that. You know why? Because it scratches my itching ears. And I need to get my 1000X to get out of my mom's basement. I need it. So I'm just not going to listen to guys. What if there's another way to have a safer, realistic, asymmetric play that may not be 1000X, but at least is not going to probably go to zero on a coin flip? Maybe it goes up, maybe it goes down. Like the way that these just go admit you're gambling instead of pretending to be an expert. Like the things these guys say is hilarious. That statement right there was the market's equivalent of 1 ZBCN per transaction for not knowing how tech works either. You got to love these guys. I hope this is a recorded space. I hope these guys come back and listen to it. And guys, listen, I'm not mad. This is actually hilarious. If you come to me and you say, yo, we screwed up. What can we know? Is there a better investment? Is there a safer investment? Or at least how does my investment work so I can actually know what I hold instead of just tell everyone know what you hold and cope? I will 100% be receptive to that. I'm not a mean guy, but I have been known to match people's energy when they come out and trash my friends for just trying to talk facts. So if you're, what is this guy's name? Yab X Crypto Money, brother. I could save you decades if you think that's basic economics. I'm your best friend because I'll tell you the truth. Don't do that to yourself.
It's so funny, man. Like people would rather argue with the people that are trying to call out something that might be detrimental, uh, to their investment thesis, right? As opposed to listen and find out if there's any merit to it. Wouldn't you care to know? Isn't it your money? It just blows my mind. Instead of like, oh, okay, oh, somebody has, well, oh, my money's in that. I should probably see if this is, got any merit to it. Maybe I could read what they wrote. Maybe I could consider the facts. Maybe I could check it for myself. And if there's some merit there, maybe I should change my mind. What a freaking concept, right?
That's crazy. It's almost like you want to, you know when you're in the casino versus just cope.
I've seen this. I've seen the same type of behavior. Has anybody here been on like stock twits? Talking about the stock twits board where a lot of times you'll see people posting in there about like low market cap like penny stocks and stuff, and this same fudder. Everyone that says something bad about this stock is a fudder mentality exists there. It's all people just gambling on the cheap thing because they need it to hit for them to get rich because they only put $100 in call options on it and they need that shit to 10,000x, right? They need it. So they're just in there, trying to shut everybody down that has a dissenting opinion, and it's just ridiculous. Like you could just be reasonable. You could just make better decisions.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, wait a minute, I thought you guys were waiting on institutions. Why are you so mad about a random corner on Twitter having an opposing narrative? First off, why is your CEO so pressed about it? Brad Rowlinghouse wasn't responding to the last 7 years of people calling him a scammer, and he was busy talking to Bloomberg and CNBC and getting proved as the most transparent crypto CEO in the world by the United States government, which found zero fraud in a 4-year lawsuit. That's transparency for you. And he never once took to Twitter and was like, no, listen, guys, listen, maybe not deflation, but circulation, anything. Listen, like he was never defensive like that. The fact that Simon even engages with us just means, you guys are really depending on retail speculation here. But you got this, you know what, guys? Mass adoption is going to save us. First of all, you should be worried about the Clarity Act. It's not on your side. Second of all, mass adoption understanding tokenomics for this thing is going to be years and years and years and years and years and years to get over the sell pressure that exists underneath you. You're never getting 1000x, and I feel comfortable saying that is financial advice. You can sue me if you do 1000x, by the way. I invite you to, if that ends up being a false statement. But that's you can absolutely look at how much these guys are concerned about a handful of, there's like 40 people in this space tonight. Could you guys just stop? It's like, what are you concerned with? I thought institutional rails. We're certainly not going to overturn that, the opinions of these people in the seats. Or is it that you deep down kind of know this is a retail speculative thing and you're gambling? I'm not worried about people calling my investment any kind of name because I have a thesis, and it doesn't depend on speculative retail that can't even read. That's for sure. That would be concerning. My goodness.
A-Train.
I have my hand up, but I don't know if you guys are doing that or not. But yeah, actually, that's a really good point. How many CEOs of Apple and Microsoft and Google respond so quickly to tiny things like that. That alone is a red flag. The fact that you, being as important as you are, feel like you have to come out and try to sway a community, which is, you're talking about, billions of dollars, millions and billions of dollars in payroll, but yet you're so worried about adoption. That right there in itself is a red flag.
I mean, yeah, I think the ZBAC community needs to just be real with themselves. Like, yeah, we're in a situation where your CEO just got pressed enough to lie on record in his spaces and basically prove himself wrong for the last 2 years, whenever I guess Simon was like CEO or COO or something. I don't know what he was before this. I forget. But I mean, how ridiculous is it going to get? I guess we're going to find out and see. But they can't shill fake narratives this entire forever. I mean, I'm never gonna shut up about this shit. As long as this thing is still around, I'm not shutting up about it, because what's the point when their entire idea, their entire ideology is to just go ahead and get in new investors who don't understand crypto to the fullest extent and get them hype on drunk on hopium. And it's happened to everybody before, but where do we go from here, right? They got this super app that's, I mean, they're flooding the Apple Store with fake reviews, because the first review on that super app said some pretty bad things about it. They're in Telegram. Yab is in Telegram telling people to boost Simon's post about ZBAC tokens not going into circulation. It's I mean, this is how it just works, right? And you got these people just shilling narratives, used car salesmen shilling narratives about ZBCN. They don't even understand. I have to bring it up again. I'm sorry, but 314 was really out handing DHgate Chinese ZBAC network notebooks to all of his coworkers at his car dealership, or at a car dealership. We'll just say that, right? And what are you doing? What are you doing? These people don't even know what they're holding in their hand, right? It's just that was the most ridiculous thing I saw from him. But I mean, they cannot respond to the facts. And once you guys understand that, you can go on and drop a little fact here and there. It wouldn't hurt anybody. All right, the community is flipping as we speak, and there will only be a few left, right? I mean, their heavy hitters right now are Captain Zach, Yab, 314, Lantern. I'm not even sure Ghost is really fully down with the project anymore. I'm not even sure. But you got some big people who have already left the project. And the people who are left I'm not going to go ahead and say they're paid, but they're not going anywhere. They're just going to sit here and keep lying to you until nobody believes them. And I think we're at the point where no one will really believe them. Go ahead, Adrian.
So one interesting thing I saw, I'm not sure who posted it, but some of the ZBCN uh, buybacks go to what I interpreted as content creators. And then I found that out after I watched a Mr. Forsyth video. I keep bringing him up. I believe that he's a solid dude. I'm not telling you guys to watch him. I'm not pumping him. I'm not pumping his channel, anything like that. But he even said, I have people that have offered me money to say things. He's like, and I will not be held in chains, and I will not sign a contract so that I cannot say certain things about certain projects. And he said that, and it was maybe an hour later that I saw that piece of information, and I was like, I started connecting the dots. I was like, okay, this is making sense because I've been on other YouTube channels where they just shut me down in the last week. They're like, nope, nope, we ain't having this, and it's interesting. It's all slowly starting to come together. It's very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I've been in the trenches for a year, just trying to figure out what the heck this is. And I hope at some point when the ZBAC community can wake up, and I think a lot of you guys are. I mean, there's a lot of people in this space. I even see Cash was King, who I think you're a moderator in the Discord. Like, you can come up and speak, man. Anyone's welcome to speak here. But I want to get to a point where people, we don't have to agree that this is a scam. I think it is, but we don't have to agree. But let's get to a point where we can be real about the project and understand that it's not deflationary. Simon has lied. There's not much more you guys can say to try and convince anyone that this is a legit utility project, because it's not. And after we establish that fact, and it is happening slowly, which is what you're observing A Train, like it's happening slowly. But when are we going to start questioning the real stuff, which is why they're registered in the British Virgin Islands, the Cayman Islands, London, and they say they're a United States company, and they have a United States. I have to say it, and I'm sorry, it's my little conspiracy, whatever. As a fucking American, this is how I feel. Why are we having a fake London registered whatever the hell this is, with London barristers sending out letters? Why are we having a London registered company try and facade like they are really a United States based company? For what other reason is there to put a United States flag front and center on what cryptocurrency is doing that? Tell me one project who is putting a United States flag front and center on the profile page. For what reason? Does anyone not? I mean, I always found that a little odd, in my opinion. I mean, I found it extremely odd, to be completely honest. And I don't want to make this anything more than it's not already. But you gotta question that. And so I hope that the ZBAT community themselves kind of comes clean and starts to question what's really going on here, because there's so many details I can grab at. And Dark knows. He's looked into it. There's PGP, SPI. Everyone knows at this point that they've made fake acquisitions. They have circular transactions. They're lying about burns and shit. All this stuff is incorrect, or they're lying about. But when will people go deeper and say, hey, who's this director that just got taken off of the ZBEC board, who was also on the board of Binance Limited and Wells Fargo in the UK? His name is Nicholas Charles George Andrews. Who is he? And that's just one of the questions I'll always ask myself. Who is this guy, some London financier, quickly on the board of ZBEC and then just got shut straight off of it? That's weird. And everyone should be able to question that and say, what's going on here? But it goes deeper. I mean, one of the first things I grabbed, and whoever requested this, let me see if I can get who's talking. E. Smitty, my brother, 168,000 followers, mix engineer, XRP. Should I approve him as a speaker? Fuck it, we're balling. Let's just throw him on there. Let's see what happens. You feel me? You can't just lie to a community for years and years and years without something snapping back at you. And there's too many strings to pull here. to question past just a little cryptocurrency scam. This is a network. Like this is diligent. They set this up. They thought about it. This is a full-on operation, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, that's about all I gotta say for that. But like, look into the lending stuff, please. People look into it because it gets concerning. And just one last thing before I let someone else grab the mic real quick. Right, one of the first things I grabbed onto here was the Form D document that Kalki Inc., who is listed as an operator in the BVI agreement for Zebek, listed. The Kalki Inc. Form D essentially has the incorrect address on it, and people can say it's a clerical error. I don't know. All I know is there's an address that does not exist on the Form D for Kalki Inc. The address is 651 North Broad Street in Middletown, Delaware, is where they are ghost addressed out of. And then when you go on Google Earth or whatever and type in that address, it doesn't exist. There is no Broad Street or Broadway Street or whatever in Delaware. It doesn't exist. But when you look up 651 North Broadway Street, I believe, that address, type it into Google, you can find a post on X from a guy named Pause, Play with Josh. That's his name. Pause on that. But this guy makes note, basically, all these scams are registered out of 651 North Broadway Street. So why would you take your Form D and say North Broad Street when the actual address I believe they're registered out of is linked to multiple scams? It's just crazy. I could go on and on. Yo, dude who just popped in here with 160K. Who are you? What's up? And what's up, bro? What you gotta say, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How's everybody doing?
What's up?
Man, I'm chilling, man. Listen, so this Zebek situation, was this like a token launch? Because I'll be 1,000 with you. Every project I've built, we haven't launched a token. We just built utility on blockchain and DePIN and, utilizing and creating amazing value for innovators and creators. And I'm trying to understand, like, what is it that everybody is jumping on board to get scammed by? Because it has to be some sort of token involved. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right, brother. It was a centralized token launch. They had a private and public funding round where a bunch of venture capitalists bought in underneath everybody, and it's not programmatically locked like Ripple's escrow at all. And the token involved here is not a layer 1 token that actually secures a network at all. It doesn't do anything. It's just a Solana program library token like Fartcoin. And that's kind of where we're at, is a bunch of people got duped by this because they're new to crypto. And we try to help these people and teach them, and their response is to say, but I need my 1000X, so shut up. So that's kind of the summary.
So what are you guys going to do right now besides, obviously, ringing the alarm is great. I appreciate that, and I think that that's fantastic. But when are you guys going to shift like more towards focusing on the utility projects that maybe they don't even have a token, but maybe they're developing the technology that's going to be used moving forward? And maybe that would be something that you could kind of shift your investors and the folks that follow you. You guys have a lot of people that follow you. What if folks could actually, it's like investing into the early internet or investing into Apple stock or whatever. It's not an actual token, but a technology. I think, like, you guys have huge voices, and while you can, like, ring the alarm, I think also you guys can point people into the right direction. So I'd be very interested in maybe getting on a call or having a discussion and seeing how we can kind of like help, divert the folks that have lost a lot of money and the ones who want to actually make a lot of money and get it directed towards the right technologies and the right like use cases. And I know people say that use cases and technology are boring, this, that, and the third, but I think it's actually very interesting because, if you look at everybody that's ever became a millionaire or a billionaire, they invested in utility. There's a few known instances of folks getting rich off Dogecoin or or some meme coin or the that and the third. But I think the biggest thing now is, well, you get rich off utility, and then you don't lose your riches because the utility becomes the standard, and then everyone is using that utility, and it's almost like owning a patent. So I feel like you guys have like really strong voices, and I think that you guys would be amazing in helping spread the word for Sound Alive Radio, for Evernote, for a lot of other technologies that we're working on right now, and I think that your space is totally necessary. My brother Average John, who's one of our head devs, he put me on to the whole Zebic scam or Zebic. I don't know how to say it or whatever, but it's sad, man. Even I don't want to say other scams, which I'm familiar with, but there's a lot of them out there. And it's to everybody that lost money. Definitely, my heart goes out to you guys.
Yeah, Schmitty, man, awesome to meet you, and really great idea. And can I just say that just to speak for myself, the sort of ringing the Zebek alarm is sort of a side project for me because I had speculated on it last year, knowing it didn't have utility, but thinking it would have one of those Dogecoin runs like you talked about. But as I became more familiar with the sell pressure underneath it and the way the market shifted and things are different these days, I got away from it and tried to not tell people what to do with their money, but at least inform them that it wasn't comparable to these real utility projects. What I actually do with most of my time is together with my friend the King Kuzi, and Derek and these other guys, we go out and we have these professional podcasts every now and then where we don't talk about Zebek at all because it's not worth our time. We talk about XRP, the Flare network for passive income, and various things like that. And I spend most of my time focused on things that are going to make people money. And to the extent Zebek has become a sort of distraction for me, it's only because I have a lot of friends online who are caught up in it, and that's sort of I pop in to share my experience with it is all. But you make a great point. And by the way, just scrolling through your feed, I have a degree in audio engineering. Most people don't know that about me, and I can see that you're involved too. I see your Focusrite preamp is in the rack there, and you've got a nice SSL. That's really cool, man. Do you use FL Studio or Pro Tools, or what do you do?
Oh, brother, I'm a multi-platinum record producer. I've been in the industry for 26 plus years now. I'm endorsed by Focusrite, so as well as FL Studio. Now it was Focusrite Innovation. I think Focusrite and Innovation parted ways, but also PreSonus, Waves, Arturia. What is it? I don't know. I got so many folks that I've been dealing with for a long time, man. Look, I believe in audio sounding real, so I feel like it needs to travel through circuitry. I have a Soundcraft 500 and then a SSL G series, like a little mini, and then I've got a bunch of other rack gear, Chameleon Labs, Neve, cool shit. But I feel like music doesn't sound today the way it should sound because of the fact that we have all these emulations and plugins, which don't actually um, enact what a circuit acts. In terms of pentode, triode, a tube, a circuit, a transformer, and I mean we've got so many ways now where we can emulate it, but it will never actually sound how it's supposed to sound. So I'm a traditional mix and mastering engineer, also a producer, record producer. I play many instruments, also MC. I've been in the industry for, like I said, 26 years. You can Google eSmitty, find my Wikipedia page, multi-platinum, building the new Web3 technology for the music industry. My first project was DistroMint, and my second project now is Sound Alive Radio, which is the world's first, recognized as the world's first fully decentralized radio network. And man, forget me. It ain't even about me. It's what I want to do to empower artists, musicians, producers, everybody that's been shitted on and shafted by the fucking Diddy baby oil industry for the longest. And all I want to see is all of us win. And I know guys who have even more credits than me. I got like 10 platinum records that I produced. I know guys with 25 platinum records or 50 platinum records, and they've never gotten a dollar or a shine or anything in what they've done. And, and then you got the young guys coming up and, they're signing with these music licensing companies who are taking all the credits. And, then you got platforms like Spotify, iTunes, YouTube, Tidal, and they don't have any real metrics for actually measuring, the royalties that should be paid out for an artist. And it's like, they set it so low to the point where, if you're not getting a few minutes of your record spun, it doesn't even count as a royalty. And then when the record is spun, it's like, oh, well, that's 0.00001 of a penny for that spin, or whatever they try to invent. So I mean, it's not no clarity, and like we want the Clarity Act for XRP and for all of crypto. We want some clarity in the music industry as well. So
Yeah, man. Hey, Smitty, I could talk to you about this for way too long, and and we should sometime. And but just to keep it on the topic of the space and not to take over, I'm gonna switch it back to crypto. But hey, I followed you. I hope you follow me. There's a guy named Phantom of the Swapera that I follow on X, who his whole thing is about this, getting intellectual property rights over to artists and stuff like that using NFTs and blockchain. You guys get along great, so let's connect and no face, I'll throw it back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Smitty, so much for coming up and speaking. I really appreciate it. I definitely sent a follow your way. The Zbeck community has, they're all listening anonymously here. Look, this could get sticky. I just want to make it very clear that I have a request, excuse my speech impediment, a request from one of the most notorious shit talkers of the Zbeck community, always never coming with facts, never saying anything of substance, and always just using personal attacks against people. I want to approve them as a speaker, but I just don't know how this is going to go. We'll let Moon speak first. I know you got your hand up, and then we'll see. I think maybe it might get a little sticky, but we might as well just see what's going on with that.
Say that I am not getting paid to discover facts about Zebek, its utility, or its founders. This is just for awareness, especially to the newcomers to the crypto space. I think it's ridiculous that we are getting blocked all kind of names just because we're simply stating facts, we're posting references, we're literally redirecting everyone to go and conduct their own research. And the only thing that these ZBCN shillers can say is that we're fucking stupid. We don't know what we're talking about. We need to do more research. And I've been in ZBCN since spring of last year, okay? And I was definitely one of those fucking cringe people posting pirate memes and all that stupid shit, okay? But I didn't know any better as much as I do now. And first off, what kind of ticked me off was the last space with Zebek when they were talking about the burns and allegedly having the community vote against the burns, which made no fucking sense. So when I posted about it after that space, people started coming for me just because I asked a simple fucking question. So that pissed me off. And then I started digging more. And then I started paying attention more to what No Face and David and Five and Swizzle, I see you out there, everyone who's involved, Scam Hunter. I started realizing that what they were bringing to light was actually true. And ironically enough, I started looking more into Sam. I found all these fucking alleged scams he's been a part of, one particularly Movement Labs. And today, there's articles about them filing Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Like, you can't make this shit up. Like, it was literally divine timing. So, excuse me, no, I don't want to be an investor where the founders are fucking sketchy. They're scam artists. It's been proven. They've been under investigation for that, allegedly, right? And the only reason why the Zebek headquarters has been making posts regarding their tokenomics and regarding their MICA white paper is because we were literally uncovering all the bullshit, all the lies, all the overhype partnership. And no, they don't fucking have a partnership with Ripple. I was digging into the fucking internet last night and I found 4 different lists. Not one listed Ripple, not one confirmation from Ripple, not fucking one. 4 lists. Okay. So if you guys can show me where Ripple has made an official announcement where they're partnering with Zebic, please show me. And don't fucking show me the video of Simon saying they have an official partnership at the fucking XRP event in Vegas. That's not something official. That's not credible. That is not from the source. That's half the fucking source, which is
Man,
a
shut
big problem
up.
because they're big
Shut
time liars.
up.
Yeah, I'm muted. He ain't got shit to say now. No facts. He ain't gonna say
Z-Back in
nothing.
the motherfucking house.
All right, what? All right. Bring the
Y'all
facts.
are some.
Bring the facts.
Whoa!
Let's
Bring
go.
No
the
Hey,
face.
facts.
It's
hold on.
two.
Hey, I'm ready for this.
Let's
Listen,
This is
let's
go.
fun.
Let's get it
fucking
sticky.
go.
Let's
Hold
get it
on.
Let's
sticky. What's
fucking
up?
go.
Can you guys just
Oh
calm down for a
my
second?
God. Are
You
you
guys calm down for a second.
kidding me?
I'm actually ready for this. I was hoping.
Z-Back, man, Z-Back is nice.
Okay, cool.
It's the
Yeah.
it's made me the most money in crypto
Yeah.
so
Oh
far,
my
All
baby.
right. Great.
god.
Hold on a
Yes.
second. No face. Let me
Y'all
please.
must have bought it 0.007. That's the
I have
issue.
I have
That's
been
the
dying.
problem.
Yeah, yeah.
That is the
Hey,
problem.
hey, let's talk real quick. Let's talk real quick. I've actually been dying for anybody from your community to say
Well,
anything at
I
all.
know
So
they're
I
bitches.
appreciate.
That's because I'm
Yeah,
not
I
part. Listen, David, I'm not part of the community. I just
yeah.
like crypto on my lonesome. Listen,
Yeah.
ZBCN man scammed the whole stupid ass ZBEC community. You
Sure.
got you got Lantern, Green Lantern. He's a bitch. He done blocked me about 3 times now for some stupid shit. Hey, listen.
Yeah. Hey, hey, you're not scared. You're not scared, and I
Oh, I'm
appreciate that.
not.
I
I'm
appreciate
not.
that. Is
I'm
there
not at
something?
all, man.
Is there something we can talk about, brother? Because I'd love to talk.
Listen, man. See all these posts that I'm seeing, all these pictures of these lawsuits and all this bullshit, like I've noticed it and I've tried to look into it and it all comes back as bullshit. And the only thing that I can speak on is the fact that this listen, if Zebek is a scam, it is one of the greatest scams ever. I've made about $100,000 off Zebek. I still have faith in it. I have the Zebek app myself. It's paid me out significant amount of additional ZBCN tokens for staking. At one point, it was like 17% APY or something along those lines. All Zebek has done is made me fucking money. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I'm
And
actually not here to disagree with you. Then, see, just to
yes,
be clear, my position is not, and it never has been, and you can read my docs about it. Never has been that you can't make money off of meme coins. By all means, brother, go gamble.
well, I don't.
If it's made you money, it's made you money. The only thing we're here for is for people that say no, this has to go up because institutions will buy it because of some
Oh no,
technological
no
utility that's done. Yeah,
crypto guarantees you that. We all
yeah,
know that. So if that was people, if people are talking about ZBCN as a fact that it's going to go to 10 cents, no, you can't even say that. It's all speculation. It's all a prayer. It's kind of a fart in the wind to some extent. But
yeah.
I truly believe that Zebek is a decent project
Sure,
based
sure.
on what I will say it was questionable. I talk shit to all of you bastards, but it's all fun and games, right?
It's okay,
Um,
man.
the one thing that really got me thinking was when Mr. Forsyth or whatever, right? He posted about the lack of berms. Basically, Zebek using some terminology that would lead its investors to believe that there was token burns, right? And then this has been a frustration amongst people that are holders in ZBCN, whether you're part of that stupid Zebek community, which I'm not. I'm just my own person, right? Or not. But essentially, it was revealed after a lot of poking and prodding at some of the stuff they had in their white paper, and then some articles on the side that were written by people that were intentionally supposedly deeply involved with Zebek to the point of being like employed by Zebek, right? So after you read all that and everything, people start prodding at it because they're not seeing the activity on the blockchain for these burns, right? And then when Zebek holds their community meeting, now they want to bring it up and talk about it, right? And then
Yep.
after that,
Yep.
I feel
Yep.
like they feel the pressure, so now they want to post, now they want to update their white paper out of nowhere, right? So I won't lie, that was kind of weird, right?
Yep.
But
Yep.
it's suspect, and it's if you're intelligent, that should kind of put off, I wouldn't say a complete red flag, but it should create questions in your head and further
Absolutely.
research, right?
Couldn't agree
But
more. And
but
one of
I
those questions,
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
if I may, one of
Yeah,
those questions is okay. Suppose we acknowledge that it's not necessarily nothing's guaranteed. I think they would, to
sure.
be fair to them and steelman their arguments, they would
Yeah,
all agree that nothing's guaranteed too.
right.
However, to what extent is it a gamble? To what extent is it pure speculation? And what they like to do is bolster their gamble by saying this for sure has this kind of utility, and then they and I'm all I come in to say, well, actually, it doesn't. Just so you do what you want with your money, but just so you know, that's not how it works, and you might be in a little bit more high risk investment than you thought.
Oh,
Just for saying that, and
completely.
by the way, proving that on chain. I'm not
Yeah.
speculating here. I can prove this on chain. I've written it down and I've published it. Just by saying that, it elicits a vitriol reaction out of them where they're hostile and they defend their idol, the Zebek to the moon thing. Like, I'm not even saying that the price won't go up on speculation like any meme coin can. I'm just saying that the moment you try to justify your gamble to yourself by saying this has utility, it works this way, and it's provably not, you're doing something else. You're lying to yourself and probably other people if you're out on the internet saying these things. We wouldn't
So
even be here talking about this if those guys were like, yeah,
right.
just like PB&T, we're just here to make a buck, and we know it's whatever.
Yeah. So question for you. Question for you. So sometimes we'll call them a fintech company. The fintech company itself can become very successful, but the token can fail and fuck everybody over. So are you essentially what do you believe? Do you think that Zebek you think that they're misleading investors to the point where like the company Zebek itself, kind of like Ripple and XRP, the company itself will succeed, and there'll be a niche player in payroll and whatever, all the other stuff they're getting involved in, but the tokenomics and the misleading, and
Yeah,
at the end of the day, they're gonna, it's kind of like
sure.
is
This is
that
a good
is that
question.
the way you're going?
This is a good question, and thank you
Yeah,
for asking that. So I actually used to last year say, you know what, Zebek at any point in time could completely divorce this token, as many companies like this do, like FogSwap, for example. They
yeah,
could completely divorce this token and say we're just going to keep doing our thing in TradFi, and they could be a somewhat successful company without it. And I used to kind of endorse that narrative, but now, having learned as much as I have and seen as much as I have, I'm not willing to necessarily say I believe they're going to be successful regardless for a couple reasons. The company itself and their CEO has put forth people and spokespeople and CEOs that have consistently either misspoke, if you're giving them the benefit of the doubt, they just don't understand what they're talking about, which
mhm,
incompetence doesn't bode well for them, or they're
right,
lying.
yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know
for
if they're
sure.
lying because I can't assume intent, but I can say this is a binary logical thing at this point. They're either lying or they're incompetent because they are wrong, provably, and they keep having to walk this back in public. They don't know what deflationary means. They don't know what circulation means. They don't know how their own tokenomics function. They don't know how utility works. But they use these words. They abuse the word partnerships. I personally can only assume somebody at this level does this knowing they are misleading someone to some extent. This is extreme marketing on their behalf to try to not lose the people who are buying the ZBCN token, because they need that to sort of fund their startup. Now, the second part of your question was, is this like Ripple? I would say not at all. The only similarities are that there are centralized companies, and then there's a crypto aspect of it. But the cryptos and the technologies are vastly different, and the way these companies interface with them is vastly different, and the levels of transparency are off the charts
Oh yeah,
different.
yeah. No, I didn't. I didn't mean. I meant in the way that Ripple, in theory, could succeed as a company where their token itself could not. That's what I meant.
Correct. Correct. Yeah, that absolutely could happen. In fact, most people that don't like XRP will say that they've pivoted to RLUSD and that that'll continue to be their business without the XRP ledger. I
Exactly.
happen
Yeah.
to have a thesis that says there's a both and there, and they're doing a good job bootstrapping what is a real layer one for a neutral use case in the future. But that's besides the point. The real thing is that comparatively, Zebek has none of that. It has no layer one. It has no real use case. Its product stacks are completely independent of ZBSN, and they're forcing an artificial flywheel that can go up in smoke and only started after we raised the issue in the first place. And then they have none of their stuff programmatically locked. It absolutely can come out of circulation. They just promised you they wouldn't, so you can trust them, wink, wink, which is different from an escrow programmatic lock that's open source. It's by and large what these guys are doing is some people who aren't even American, by the way, these guys are offshore, looked at Ripple setting a standard, especially after 2023, and we got and Judge Torch judged it not a security, and they said, now that's a blueprint. We can run with that. We can tell people rails of the financial future. Suddenly it's okay to be a company in crypto. We can follow that narrative and get some startup capital from these people who unsuspectingly buy this token. Now that's my assumption. I don't know if that's their intent, but it certainly would work that way. And they have none of the similarities that actually matter, and all of it's provable on chain. So again, could it go up again since it's May 2025 all-time high? Maybe, but to the extent it goes up, you have to understand how much VC sell pressure, including their own sell pressure, is underneath it without any real world use case, which is totally different from Ripple. High
Yeah,
risk.
I don't think. Well, at this point, I don't. Clearly, I don't think it's utility that's going to cause it to skyrocket. It's going to be institutional purchases and people that are buying into the hype. So, I mean,
Yep,
because
I agree.
clearly when it 10x last year, that was not utility. That was just retail getting hyped and maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm not.
You know what it
You're
was,
very
PB.
technical.
Well, you know what it
I
was.
don't go search the stuff
I
on the
was there.
chain
I
and stuff.
actually
So.
PB. I actually bought back in before that. I
Oh
bought some
yeah.
before that.
Oh
And
yeah.
you know what it
Yes.
was. They name dropped Ripple and said we know
Yes.
them and we're thinking, and that's what the speculation was for.
So you think
Constantly
so?
borrowing from that narrative. Yeah.
So let me. So I see this in the crypto no face and all that. So one thing a couple weeks ago, I saw no face or Jeffro or one of you motherfuckers posting about how Zebek was lying about the super app and it was never going to come out. It was just a whole scam, right? And sure enough, it came out. Sure enough, I use it because I like to use the products that the companies that I'm invested in release. And it's a cool little app. It's not going to change the world in my opinion, but it's legit. And it's they partnered with what is it, Payroll Growth Partners, and it seems like they work together to bring this app out. And I don't think the app is a scam. I think it's legit.
Yeah,
So
it is legit. But
yeah.
let me just say, don't overweight the value of an app. I can
Oh
make an
yeah,
app.
I said that.
I
Yeah,
make
I said I don't think it's gonna
I
change.
make stuff like this for a living. I could
Yeah,
make one today that did the same thing they did.
for sure, for
Don't
sure.
now whether or not I could get it on the app store and approve it is going to take
Yeah,
longer, but it's not difficult at all
yeah,
to just make an app and deploy it.
for
And
sure.
especially one that what they do is they allow you to connect your wallet to it. That
Yeah,
makes
yeah.
you the sender profile, and it's
Yep,
very easy code.
yep.
And uh, now, no face saying I doubt they come out with an app. He has a little bit of a different style than me. He theorizes and he suspects, and that's sort of his style.
Right. So
I'm very concrete about things. I can
yeah,
prove what's good and what's not. So I never mentioned
sure.
the super app because, by
Right.
the way, who cares if they have an app? I know
Yeah.
plenty of people who have gone to zero who had an app. It's
Okay.
easy
Yeah.
to
No,
do.
that's facts. I hear you. So what? But my point is, so over the last maybe 6 months or so, there's been some stuff that Zibek has got involved in, like from the announced partnership with Stellar, or the because they had actually talked about that years ago, and they brought it back up into the forefront more recently because I guess they got it's closer to being like the preferred payroll partner for Stellar or whatever. And initially, it came out like out of Zebek's mouth, and people like No Face and you, some of you folks was like, "Oh, they're lying. Oh, whatever. There's no official post by Stellar." And then, sure enough, a couple days later, Stellar posted about it, right? And
Yep. And
then,
I can't. And this is. Go ahead.
so hold
Go
on. Let
ahead.
me finish, and I'll let you chime back in. And then recently, as this the hot topic is how at XRP Vegas or whatever, Simon, who was sitting up there with Brad Garlinghouse, literally said live, because I watched it live, that they have a partnership with XRP, right? And you know, the XRP or RIP or whatever, they haven't announced it on their X page yet, and people are questioning it, like whether he was just up there straight up lying, sitting with another CEO that I'm sure wouldn't allow somebody to create such a huge lie like that, right?
You're right, because it
Yep.
wasn't a lie. It just wasn't what people thought. Let me explain.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. Go
so
ahead. Go
again,
ahead.
I'm again, I can't speak for other people. There's
Yeah,
lots. I'm
what I'm
different.
trying to say is
Yeah,
that there's been
sure.
constant FUD,
Let me.
and
Let
then
me.
it's
Yeah,
the company actually announced it, and then it's like, okay, what else can you say now? How are you going to
correct.
try to discredit this now? You know what I'm
Correct.
saying?
So let me answer. So
Yep.
basically, let's separate. Let's two types of what we'll call FUD, an acronym: fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
Yeah.
No face does sort of play in the arena of uncertainty, and I doubt this guy is being honest. I doubt this is going to happen. I don't
Yeah.
actually deal in that at all. Now,
Sure.
to the extent that sometimes he hits and misses, that's just the gamble he's taking. He is
Right.
speculating.
Yeah.
The type of FUD I deal in is facts, understanding, and due diligence. I
Sure.
literally will go to chain and prove things, and you will never have heard me say a single thing that's been disproven in my whole track record. In fact, every time I say something, their own CEO comes out and affirms it and then changes the whole tokenomics every time.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I've never said anything like they're not going to come out with an app, because I know how easy it is for anyone to do that. And I
Yeah.
would never
Sure.
said they're not partnered with Stellar, because I know that it's just Stellar Foundation. They're literally just they want people to develop on their permissionless network. They don't have to ask Stellar. This is a sort of ecosystem cross promotion thing that they all do. It's no switching pain. It's no real endorsement or anything like that. They do this to everybody. And to the extent Simon walked on the stage at XRP Las Vegas, which by the way is not Ripple Swell, it is a YouTuber conference that Ripple graces their presence with because they love the community.
Right.
And Simon went up and said, "We're partnered with Ripple to help build on the XRP ledger."
Yep.
All that said there is these guys are advising us on how to develop on their permissionless network they're bootstrapping. That is in no way these guys are going to depend on our products that you could make with 100 lines of code tomorrow. But and that's why they're not bothered to announce it, because it's not a lie, but it's not what you guys are making it sound like. And everyone keeps blowing these partnerships out of proportion. It takes no time at all to vet these things for their substance, but no one wants to do that. They just want to take the low-hanging fruit in the headline and run with it because it sounds good. And I could talk about Privy, I could talk about Natcha, every single one of these. Let's talk about Natcha, for example.
Oh yeah. Oh
Surely
no,
we
I agree with that. I agree with the Nacha. Yeah, they paid
okay.
a little fee to be a part of their alliance,
Yeah,
which
so
is different. Do you know SHX Stronghold? Right, they're part of the Nacha.
yeah, Metallica, yeah. Or
They're
Metallica.
they're more legit in this. I'm sorry, I'm a little tipsy here, but in this Nacha involvement than Zebek is.
Yeah, and again, all that Nacha does is it says, "Hey, we need to just real quick vet you for ACH compliance. If you are going to use your stablecoin centralized transfers on our rails or cross-fed Now's rails, for example, and you want to be part of our association where we give you sort of a certificate." We just need to know that your ACH stuff is actually functioning like ACH stuff. But that in no way, shape, or form does it ever extend to doing what Certic did, which is audit their actual smart contracts, their centralization, and their code. And Certic found several flags that they did not fix and just acknowledged. And then they abandoned that whole repo and haven't been audited since. These are two totally different degrees of vetting. But everybody just assumes, well, Circle partnership, Circle's right. Yeah, but Circle's not looking at everyone that uses USDC or says I'm part of the Circle Alliance. These are tech startups, cross promotions. They're not the vetting you think they are. And to
So
the extent that FTX and stuff like that can happen, no one's even vetting anybody out here in the
so let me
blockchain
ask you a
space.
question. So and maybe I know the answer to this. So why would a company go through the lengths of doing all these little things, right? Because I'm sure these are things that you may have to do on your path to becoming a mature fintech, crypto, blockchain company, payroll company, or whatever. So you believe that Zebek is doing all this stuff just to scam people? Like, I mean, it's possible,
Yeah,
but is that literally what you believe? They're becoming part of the Nacha whatever Alliance program. They're making partnerships to an extent with
yep.
Stellar and with Ripple. They're so your view is that they are doing all this just to scam people.
That's a
That's
great
it.
question. You're asking really good questions, and it's getting really good answers. All right, so are they doing it just to scam people? I'm not going to say I 100% know that. I for sure know that their tech doesn't work and it has no utility, and I can just say that and let people guess on that. But now speculating about Zebek's motive, why go through the effort? That's a solid question. That question though can be as simple as it costs $200 a month to be on Privy's, uh, you know,
So it's part of a scam, is what you're getting.
customer base. It costs
You
us.
get
The question is
100,000 for two
is
hundred
the
dollars,
question is if
essentially.
I own 50% of the float, is the
Right.
juice worth the squeeze if this thing goes back up to its all-time high?
For two
Have
hundred
I
dollars, hell yeah.
have I just printed hundreds of millions of dollars offshore because we don't actually live in the States?
Right, right,
Some
right.
people might say yes. Now, are they doing it for that reason? Maybe not. Maybe they were
Yeah.
really trying are to bootstrap their own company. But here's what they're not doing. To the extent that Zebek will succeed someday, if they succeed someday, it will not be related to the ZBCN token. They will have to drop that thing, whether the Clarity Act makes them or not, because it's completely divorceable and not required. And when I say not required, Simon likes to twist words, and he would say, "Well, it is required. We require it. Yeah, meme coins do that all the time. I mean, does the technology solve a problem at scale? The answer is no. It actually cannot, and they will what to the extent these guys will be successful one day, that token will have nothing to do with them. And you guys aren't invested in Zebek private equity. You're invested in the ZBCN token. And so I don't know if that'll come back to haunt them or not. I just think the juice is probably not worth the squeeze if one day they go through all this trouble, which is not that much trouble considering how much money they printed, by the way, and to just have a tech startup that only services a small market share in the gig market, I don't see it doesn't add up to me. When you start to do the math the other way, which is, well, why do they go through the trouble? We'll start to do the math this way. Well, why aren't they going through more trouble? You mean to tell me that these guys hyped up as part of their promotion last year some NHL partnership and were for that long just to pay for a less than $10,000 ad and an off-season game that I could have bought? Like, why aren't they going through more trouble with how much? Where is this money going? And then you see Sam's mansions and you go, oh, I don't know, maybe we got here. I don't know. I don't know. You're going into the speculative territory. All I know is that if you're gonna be in crypto and you're gonna try to be in digital assets and actually make real money in a safer manner, there are real projects that solve real problems in the world with real partnerships that you could be doing instead of lying to yourself because, well, they've already seen their upside and I need 1,000x and they can't do that for me. Yeah, you do need 1,000x, but good luck. You are gambling. At least know that and stop saying utility.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I mean,
there's a
if
real.
it go
Sorry,
ahead.
I was just gonna say, I was just gonna say on it, just one quick thing is that there's a real possibility that Zebek the company could be successful in that they get bought out, right, and they make money for their investors, the private equity holders, but whoever buys them would drop that token immediately because it's an SPL. I can go make an SPL right now. The SPL doesn't like David said, it doesn't do anything. It's just a Solana program library token. It can't do anything else except be speculated on. So even if the company does succeed and they get bought out by a big player, that token itself is definitely gone then, right?
Yeah. What's up, PB?
Oh, what the hell was I gonna say? I mean, yeah. So just to be clear, like you seem like a very technical dude. Like I don't go in. I don't even have the time to go in with a magnifying glass and review the blockchain and look at all the transactions and understand this and that. I don't have, I don't. I'm
Well,
ignorant to
well,
that
we
end of the
are
thing.
invested in technology. I mean, that's what we're invested in. So, like, I get
Right.
that, but at the same time, you're not standing here right now like you like to have fun. These guys up here, they're not a bad guy, and you're not a bad guy. All right, you're
Listen,
brave enough to come up here.
I won't die by Zebek. I'll just put it that way. I
Yeah,
know
yeah,
some of that community will die
sure,
by it. So
but
it is a potential that what you're saying is correct. And I feel like
yeah,
there's the potential that,
yeah.
and
Let me,
the crazy thing is even if you are right, this token could run to 3 cents, I feel
yeah,
like, in a bull run.
it
And
could,
then I'm
and
in here to make
y-
fucking money,
yeah, heck
and
yeah, dude. Hey, Fart Coin can do
listen.
it too. Let's go.
Yeah. So I mean, hey, listen. That's
Hey,
why I said I represent myself. I'm not.
that's right, man.
I I
Okay,
I, I
can I ask you?
understand.
Can I ask you one last question, brother?
Yeah,
Now,
go for it.
now that you've met me, which and I'm not going to speak for everybody that doesn't like Zebek because there's different factions and stuff like that. But now that you've met me, do I seem like the type of person who's just trying to flood a project because I don't know what I'm talking about or have some agenda, or is it that I have a bunch of friends who own it and I've just been teaching about it? Like, which one of those two things would you say?
I mean, I just logged in. I mean, you seem like an authentic dude. Like on this initial
And I might not be. I might not
conversation.
be. Let me take this back.
Listen, you're
Suppose
convincing, David.
suppose that I'm not. Here's what I want to give to you and everybody listening right now. Suppose that I'm just the world's biggest grifter, and he sounds good, but he's just trying to do this and that. You don't need me. You have Soul Scan. I'm just telling you to go look at it, and I can literally give you the formula. You don't. No, I'm not. No one has to believe my Hyper Simons. I'm just tooling people and equipping people with the ability to make independent decisions. And so it doesn't matter if you like me. If to reject what I'm saying is to reject facts. And that's the difference between us and I think the community that comes in here and is hostile towards us.
Hey, drop me something, man. Drop me something in the chat that I can look at and get an understanding for, and
Oh, brother, I
Go
will
to
find
go
the
to his
value and the
profile.
I
truth
will
myself.
I
Go
will
to his
I will
profile. He's got it linked.
I'm going to follow you right now. And I'm going to drop you literally pages and pages and mountains of evidence. You're going to read it and you're going to message me back and be like, "You dummy, this is so dense, you nerd. Why on earth would you ever take this much time to
Yeah, I
invest in
probably will think like
to
that.
look at this when it comes to software and technology? I just want to make a buck. I am so bored. Gosh dang it." You'll probably say that, but you know what? I'm going to send it to you anyway. But the next time you see somebody say these guys are fudders, you tell them, "Well, no, they're not that. I don't know, whatever else may be true. You guys aren't doing this." You tell them. You tell them which side you're really on. Even if it doesn't matter who you like, it matters what the math says on chain, which is verifiable.
Yeah, I'm not like I said, I'm not of anything. I've just made good money so far, and I'm really not at a loss right now. So, and like I said, if you hold on for a while when we hit that bull run, Bitcoin hits 150, 200. I feel like ZBCN could easily hit a penny at least. So, but I hear you.
I hope it does for you, brother. It was nice to meet you.
You too, man.
Give these guys up here a second chance. We try to match people's energy when they get ignorant, but
Listen,
I
that's
also
okay.
it is how it is out here. The real thing is whether let's try and get past how the way we're saying things to what's being said, and the substance is 100% on our side and not theirs. That's all you need to know. Do yourself that have enough self dignity to recognize that.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Peace. Can another
Yeah.
Zebek guy please come up? I would really appreciate
Yeah.
if somebody from Zebek did.
And
Will the real
PBT.
CBCN man please stand up?
Yeah. Where is he? Where is he?
He's in jail. He's in jail, man. He done frauded the whole community.
He
Oh,
rugged the spaces. He rugs he's rugging everything at this point.
I have nothing positive to say about that guy. I think I pray for him, love him at a distance, but don't let him babysit your kids or watch your house.
Damn.
You can love people and not partner with them. It's not that's not what forgiveness is. I have no hate in my heart for him, but don't ever trust that guy or you're throwing caution to the wind. He is a snake, and
Are
it's
there are there really no other ZBCN people on here? Am I the only one that
yeah
Bro,
somewhat
because
it's
likes
like
because of
that, bro.
ZBCN?
course.
They
It's
showed up like it's like 50 versus one right now.
You didn't actually think these guys. You didn't actually think these guys wanted to even like again. And how have I treated you or the last guy that came in?
I didn't want. I didn't want. I literally wanted to come in here to talk shit and cuss everybody out, but then
Yeah, but we don't
but
mind. We
then
don't mind
David,
that.
listen,
We
you
don't.
got
Hey,
on the mic and you kind of
hey,
calmed me
brother,
down. Like this
brother.
man sounds like he might have
Hey,
something good to say.
well, brother. At the end of the day, we're real human beings, and we talk crap to each other all the time. I was in the military. We're not a bunch of sensitive people out here. The ones
Yeah.
listen. I have not a single person blocked on my X account. The people over there have closed the blind. They
Right.
have put the tissue paper in their ear. We are not the same. There's humans over there too, but there's two types of people: people who genuinely want to hear if there's something true, and people who genuinely would rather just not hear it. Okay, it's called confirmation bias. You'll meet these people all over crypto and all over the world. It's not unique to ZBCN. But one thing's clear: that little Discord echo chamber has not one person left in it who's intellectually honest, and that's fine. They're not my target audience at this point. I don't think they can be helped. What you can, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, shout out to you for coming by. And look, I understand at times I'll say some things that are you just, yeah, I theorize. Yeah, I didn't think the super app was going to come out because that's how much I think, in my opinion, allegedly, that this is a scam. I don't believe anything that Zbeck does because of my research. And, I understand it's annoying for the Zbeck community to have someone out there who just won't shut up. And I'll just say it again and bring a little bit of attention to it. Like, bro, I got a letter from Zbeck's alleged attorney or barrister, and the guy's a fucking freak. And so for anyone who looks at me like I'm fighting some stupid project, yeah, okay, but this shit is bigger than just a little crypto scam, in my opinion. When you have barristers who have an extremely shady history trying to slap people with letters to stop talking about a company. No smart person will sit here and tell you that a company is gonna send you legal documents to genuinely shut you up because you're insane. No. Like, there is a lot of shit that I was saying that is true, and there's a reason they didn't want me to keep talking. They tried to shut me up. They tried to shut multiple people up. Anton Van Dalen have sent out multiple letters. He fake doxed me and didn't even get the right person, and the person who he did get is suing his ass. So, or will be suing his ass. He has a few days left to respond, and I am fully prepared to be hopping on that and making a statement for him because he's violating you're violating mad laws doing that shit, and that's like step one. All right, so I was never gonna stop from day one, and I don't think it's at this point it's not even really fun anymore. I'm just aligning with the facts. There's a lot of stuff that can be questioned. And there's info out there, and PBT, I would just ask yourself why a legit quote unquote American company, because remember the American flag is on the profile, why would they need to be registered in the British Virgin Islands, the Cayman Islands, and London, who are unfortunately, London and those places are a hotbed for laundering money. It's just true. The laws there for finances are very loose. You can get away with a lot. It's the same reason that they decided to put their ghost shell office in Delaware. The same thing happens up in Delaware sometimes. These are just weird occurrences around the project that you have to question. And I am forced to theorize at times because there are no answers everywhere or anywhere really for these people. But I encourage you to go look into Dark Horse's post, David's letter and documents with all of his stuff about Zbeck, and just look into this, and you will see that these questions, like these, need to be asked. Dark Horse can tell you or show you, like you can look at his profile. These people have been doing this for a long time. They make fake acquisitions and everything is shady. There's not a single thing about this product besides the stablecoin payroll that Circle has mentioned and did a case study on. There's really nothing else, in my opinion, about Zbeck, and that's why
So
I
you
call it a scam.
so you think every month and they post their payroll volume and all that kind of stuff, and when they quote how many customers they have, colleges, educational services, and stuff like that, you think that they're just blatantly lying?
Well,
Yes.
two
Be-
two
Okay,
things. Two things.
okay.
One. There's no way to know. It's not falsifiable. This is the problem
Well,
with. This
I
is the
so in
think
problem
their
that.
with. Hold on. This is the
Yeah.
problem with trusting centralized tech startup companies instead of actually being involved in DeFi, where we were supposed to be getting away from TradFi in the first place. For one, it's not falsifiable. You are trusting them that they're actually publishing real numbers, and they don't have to disclose any of that because their balance sheet is still private. And number two, even if it were true, to the extent it's true, not a single one of it accrues value to ZBCN, and that's the thing you're invested in, not their own company's revenue, because you don't own Zebek pre-IPO stock. So in either case, doesn't matter. Here's what I can
so
prove on chain, because it has
you
to
go
eventually
ahead.
get to chain: is does it
Mhm.
accrue value to your token? And the answer is no.
So you saw the recent announced buyback? I think it was like $100,000, maybe 48 million, 50 million ZBCN tokens, and then
Did.
they tag the address, so
Yeah.
people can trace it.
So
Do you,
people who weren't going to trace it, if they did trace it, would find out they constantly move stuff in and out of that wallet all day long because that's not where they keep it. They keep it in a dark pool on Uphold Treasury, which is, by the way, also something you can't audit. Which
okay,
means when they say things like "never going to re-enter circulation," you are trusting that, and that is non-falsifiable, which is
so
not DeFi.
okay, so you think again? It sounds like you think that that post was basically a fraud again, right?
It wasn't a lie; it was highly misleading. Now,
Okay.
when Simon says this will never re-enter circulation,
Yep.
it is provable that it can re-enter circulation, which is not DeFi. Okay,
Hmm. Hmm.
but your choice to say I trust this guy, he won't surely make a withdrawal from the account he owns and sell it one day. That's up to you if you want to do that. By the way, but that's what's
For
happening.
sure. For
He's
sure.
not technically lying as long as he never. By the way, you wouldn't know if he made a withdrawal out of that treasury because again, it's not on chain; it's off chain. This is the problem.
So one thing that in their last spaces they mentioned that now that I guess legally coming soon they can talk more and kind of reveal who's using them, who their customers are. So based on the statement that Simon had made during his meeting space a couple, I think it was last week or something along those lines. I hold him at his word, so I'm looking forward to hearing, um, you know, who they service, like who is involved with them, right? That's
So
that's always
yeah,
been one of
if
my
I
biggest questions.
one, I would never trust a centralized company and then go invest in crypto as though it were decentralized, and that was a different. That's a totally. You might as well be investing in TradFi if you just trust this tech startup guy. But for two, supposing you do, if the question I were to ask him if he were to have an actual AMA, which they've never had, only just scripted stuff with Benji, the question if they, I would ask him if he were in a real X space where he had an AMA and he brought me up and we had discussions in public is not, hey, what's your payroll volume and who's using it? Because I would say, how does this accrue to ZBCN? And he would say, well, we do some buybacks. Okay, let me do more than Zach Rector did for everybody and say on what actions: open vault, close vault, withdrawal, which ones, and how much? 0.0000000001 ZBCN. Oh, and by the way, once you buy it back, which anyone can do, what do you do with it? Do you burn it? Well, no. I can buy tokens. I can hold tokens in the treasury. How does that DeFi? You're trusting this guy to take things out of circulation who refuses to burn them. Ask yourself this one question, PB, because you're not a stupid guy. Why would anybody say this will never re-enter circulation? It's safe and sound in our treasury wallet that you can't audit or see, instead of just send them to the burn address if that's true.
No facts. I mean that's I mean that's a great point. I think, like I said, I'm kind of ignorant to certain aspects of crypto. Like clearly, I don't understand it to the depth that you seem to understand it. So, but
Yeah, but
yeah,
you're here asking questions. I mean, you have
for
fun
sure.
while you're at it, but you're asking questions. No, let me be honest with you. Most people in crypto don't know a thing about it. They came here for the dream, and that's fine. But when you go out online and you live action role play and tell people their investment is safe and repost buzzwords from ChatGPT you don't understand and pretend to be an expert, now we have a problem.
Oh yeah,
But
I
but
don't do
but
none of that
but
shit. Oh,
but
absolutely not.
these aren't like innocent people who are running around just hoping to make a buck and not and admitting they don't know what they're talking about. They're out
Right,
here influencing people and misleading them.
for
And then
sure.
when we say, "Hey, the jig is up," they go, "Block this guy. He's ruining everything." They don't refute. They don't do that.
Oh yeah,
The
for
YouTubers are
sure.
the same way. They'll be like, I went to this guy, Big Rob, I think I've never seen this guy's YouTube before. Big Rob. I went into
Yeah,
this guy, he had a live chat going, and he was sitting here going through Grok, of course, reading it like these guys know how to use, they don't know how to use AI as a tool. They depend on it and lean on it. And he's going line by line saying, well I'm just debugging all this fun. And I said, hey, Big Rob, my name's David. I'm probably who you want to talk to since you seem to be referencing my document. I'd love to have a public debate with you. And he said, I'm just going to block David real quick. Do you see the problem with that? These guys don't have the confidence to put their money where their mouth is. They just want to tell you to do it, which is unethical.
Hey guys, mind if I jump in here real quick?
What's up, buddy?
All right, so let me introduce myself very quickly. So, for those who are not aware, I was actually a part of the Zebek Nation podcast for a while. I was Zebek United. So, I was involved with ZBCN Man for that. I was supposed to be the sports guy coming into this. So, the idea there was all right, so trying to attack everything from all angles. So, like, they'll talk about from the crypto side, which, by the way, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm a crypto expert because I'm not. I was going to talk about the sports side, and the idea there was okay. Eventually, they were thinking people would start getting paid with Zebek on the sports side by doing these introductions. We get in that way. Needless to say, the whole thing happened with XRP Vegas and that Pokédex or whatever coin happened. By the way, I was not involved in that one bit. I started seeing a different side of ZBCN Man than what I thought I was going to see. Not thrilled about it at all. Not happy, but such is life. You live and learn. As you're talking about Rob, by the way, I was in his group as well too. I learned about Zebek through him. I left his group because to me it was very hypocritical when he said you can't be emotional in this space, and then he got pissed off because people were downgrading their memberships because they didn't want to be a part of his swing trading tier. I said no, I just want to buy into something and then just hold it, believe in it. I don't care about swing trading. I'm not good at it. To me, it was too big of a gamble for my risk. One thing I did want to ask about, because David, you said that not one person in the Zebek group is intellectually, or sorry, in the Zebek Discord is intellectually honest, right?
I did say that, and that might have been a bit hyperbolic if you're there. So you have to forgive me for my tongue-in-cheek sweeping statement if you happen to. I know that not everyone that was in that Discord is an idiot, but yeah, go ahead and tell me what you're going to tell me, which is I'm actually a smart dude, and I can tell you are.
So what I'm getting on with this right now, and this is the same thing that I've said to people in there as well too. The one thing that I absolutely hate the most about this crypto space, and I think this is in general, is where it comes down to this notion of where it's either it's my way or the wrong way, and I think all sides do that. And it's I think somewhere along the way we've learned to agree to disagree. We can disagree and still get along and whatnot too. But what I've said before, and I say this as well to anybody, is how can you sit there and say that you guys want to have civil discussions, and then at the same time you guys are name calling, saying different things, and speaking very unprofessional to each other, and then you want to sit there and have a professional space. So, and I think that's on both sides. So that's one of my issues that I have as well. The way that I look at my Zebek is it's a calculated risk because either it goes up or I can harvest a loss against another investment.
Hey, man, you're Devin. You're clearly one of the adults in the room, and you're getting a follow from me. So thank you for coming up and sharing that. A couple things I want to say. The first, you mentioned Pokedex, and you're like, I'm going to disavow that I wasn't involved in that. I don't care who was involved in this meme coin, by the way. You guys understand that somebody who goes and buys a meme coin and says this is a meme coin, I am just buying it and trading it, and I'm in the casino and I'm 21 years and older. You're not doing anything wrong. It's the people who say this isn't a meme coin. It has real world utility when it doesn't, who are doing something wrong. It's the people who say, "Hey, I just think this is going to the moon," knowing full well that they were in the bonding curve early and now are shilling it as something it's not, which is high risk. That's unethical. But what people are doing because they're new to crypto is saying meme coins are unethical.
Okay,
The,
okay.
the, the point there being,
I
if you want to be a pacifist and act like there's never a time to be dangerous or violent and protect people, you are actually not loving and being compassionate towards the people who need protection. And when you're in a position to be a protector and a fighter, you have to recognize that. And so, yeah, it just, I know Devin understands that. Devin, you're an awesome guy to meet, brother. I'm super glad I met you. You said one thing, though, which is that everyone gets the benefit of the doubt from you until they prove you wrong. I have a different take on this, which is no one gets the benefit of the doubt from me because my default is I don't want to be naive and people are inherently selfish. And if you go around the crypto space, especially giving people the benefit of the doubt until they rob you, you'll get robbed. I would prefer to say we're all sinners and we all need Jesus. And that's probably a better, safer starting point, especially in the crypto space, than to wait until someone proves that they're robbing you. Now, we may have different views philosophically about human nature, and we're kind of getting off track here. But you're the type of guy I feel like we could talk to about this and have a great discussion. And at the end of the day, it does matter for your investment thesis. So it's a great topic.
But again, I still go back to what I said in the beginning. It's the upside is okay, could make some money off it. That's what we're all here for. Or the downside is if it's a loss, and it's a loss again, I can tax harvest it. So to me, it's the benefits outweigh the risk at the end of the day.
Yes, for you. So let me tell you what another guy came in here the other day. Where was it, last space or a few spaces ago? He came in here and said, "Hey man, I know it's a gamble, but I don't care. So why are you out here talking?" Okay, sir, that's fine for you. I'm happy for you. But did you know not everyone knows they're gambling because people keep shouting rails of the financial future, and several people have come to me and said, "Thank you for telling me that." So even, no matter how comfortable you are with the risk, everybody needs to at least be informed about the technology since they're investing in software.
Yo, guys. Hey, it's Patriot.
Oh, what up, Pat?
What's up, buddy? Hey, what's up, David? Derek. I got Five, Saga, A Train, Coos. I'm glad to see you doing well, Denver. So listen, man, and I'll even say what's up to No Face. I mean, one of the reasons why I never came on to have a discussion was because I did try to have a discussion back with No Face back in the day. And listen, man, no hate towards you. I was just trying to give you honest answers, and it seemed like everything got twisted. I became a cult leader, and at that point, it was like I know you wanted to talk to me again, and I was like, well, what's the benefit of me talking to him again when I've already given him the truth and he doesn't believe it? So it really shut it down for me, and I just I walked away from it at that point. But also, I want to say, obviously, I was in the Discord and I was supporting Z Man. For me, listen, I'm about community and about people, just supporting people. I stood behind him on what he was doing, but I did notice some tendencies that weren't very healthy. I try to be. I try to be like a life coach in a sense, and I know that sounds weird. People say, "Well, why is this guy doing that in the crypto community?" But listen, that's my purpose, right? That's what I do, because life's not all about money, guys. You know what I mean? You could have money and it could kill you, right? If you do the wrong thing with it. And listen, some of you know I've done well in my life. I don't whether this project does good or not. It's not the life or death of me. I do believe in it, but I agree, and I want to say thank you to Devin for coming up and speaking that because I agree with what Devin's saying. There is a right way and a wrong way how we go about this. I have no problem, and I have echoed it in our community. Like everybody's got a right to their opinion, and can put out what their facts, and everybody's got to decide what that threshold is for them on whether or not they're willing to take that risk, right? For me, I look at things a little bit different. I'm not going to go through all my reasons why I've got my investment in it, but I still feel pretty good. My position's good in a sense that if it does what I think it can do, I'm going to be fine. So, and on the comeback to that, if not, I'm still okay in life. But I just wanted to come out and say what's up. I know you guys have been on a tear, and I don't necessarily disagree with you. The questions always have to be asked, but how we interact with each other, I think we could do better. I think we both could do better, and coming on this space and it being No Face's space, I'm just showing you an olive branch that listen, if you're going to do what you're going to do, that's cool. But just the personal attacks on people, I don't think it should happen. I understand why you're doing it. I love the passion. I mean, heck, I've even said, Christ, we should all have drinks after all this because a lot of us have a lot of passion, and if we put it towards something other than crypto or even this project, we probably have a lot of common things about each other that we'd like. So, I just wanted to come in and say what's up, David. I'll let you take it. You know,
Yeah, real quick. I see A Train's hand up, and I wanna get it to him real quick. A Train, if I could just, because I don't get to talk to Pat much audibly. We talk all the time in the back corridors and stuff like that. Uh, Guys, Patriot is a ZBCN guy from their community, and he's not a random. He's a staple. He was there um, for a long time. We did not used to get along. For a moment, we got along, and then we just didn't get along, and now we're back to getting along. I'll tell you why this happened. And if there's ever going to be an olive branch between our two sides, let's call them sides, even though, as Devin said, that's kind of immature, and I agree. But if one side wants to force being a side, then we're a side. But if there's ever going to be an olive branch, it'll be through people like Devin and Patriot. And here's why: this sort of human element where my close friend Kuzi has personal issues in his life that are like family level issues. And Patriot comes to me and says, "Hey, man, let's squash the beef. I may have been wrong. You may have been wrong. We've said some things we regret. At the end of the day, we're both sinners. Can we put this behind us and move forward?" And then, in a grave time of need, puts his money where his mouth is and supports people from my Discord. And after that, I had no question about it. Patriot can say what he wants about ZBCN. He can disagree with me about its future, about its investment status, but he gets it. He gets it in the sense that I'm not here to crush human beings. Okay, I'm not here to fud a project just for the sake of it to stroke my own ego. I've never posted about ZBCN once on my whole X account. It would be weird if I didn't, if that's all I was trying to do. I don't spend any time focused on this relative to other projects like XRP. It happened to be the case that I had a lot of friends who were human beings who were caught up in something and thought it was less risk than it was. And all I sought out to do was say, "Hey, be safe, guys." And I got hit with a mountain of hostility and not any actual rational refutations. And so I tend to match people's energy if I think they are coming for my friends. Again, with the rules, you can't be too severe. If someone comes to your house and wants to threaten your family and you want to be a pacifist in that moment, we disagree on ethics. Okay. With some people, be good, but don't be safe. And so I fought with these people and I fought with the Patriot. But he's a bigger man than me because he was first to the table to say, how can we get past this and around this? To the extent he's a representative of his community, every single person here should care about their bags. Every single person here should want ZBCN to go to the moon if their friends have ZBCN bags. Why do you think it took me so long to release that document? I had it for 6 months. I used to teach classes in it in my Discord just so I wouldn't spread the quote unquote FUD. I think that there is a bridge to be had here, but I want it to be had in two ways. Not just kumbaya for its own sake, okay? And there's some people who are never going to come to the table on that, by the way, and those people are going to continue to find resistance. But also reason and facts. What if at this moment right now, we all decided that there can be an X space that somebody hosts, someone neutral, and we break down white papers together and we walk through premise, conclusion, syllogisms, and people who know what they're talking about can say, is everyone aware of the risks before you go and do what you want? Because we don't want to be the space that's just ignorant. If that ever happened, it would happen because people like Patriot were like, listen, let's give these guys a hearing. And I don't want anyone jumping all over somebody if they're just talking about facts. First person to insult loses. That's the rule. I insult sometimes. I will call you a snake if you're a liar. I will, because that's just true. But will I be the first person in response to a fact that I can go look up on chain that says something insulting? I resolve to not be, and check me if I ever am and help me. I think we really honestly could have a moment here where everybody just comes to the table and says what's true about this investment and who knows what the risks are and what's actually working. And it's only going to happen if that Discord over there and my Discord over here is full of people like the Patriot and I who can somehow squash this stuff. Now, is that going to happen? Am I optimistic? Devin might be. I'm not. Human nature is what it is.
At the end of the day, you're gonna have mature people, you're gonna have immature people, no matter what.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at with this one here is the name calling doesn't stop from both sides, and the ad hominem attacks, like you mentioned, from both sides don't stop. It's not gonna get anywhere because
Yeah, man.
that's what
I
needs
don't.
to change in order. That's the first step in doing what you want to do. Because I would agree with that. It's you have to be able to hear out both sides. If you think something is wrong, you should be able to hear it out and have a mature response. Say, hey, I agree with it. Thank you for pointing that out. Or no, I don't agree with it, but we can still be civil.
Yeah, I think
So
it would take time to get to that. I really do. Just because I don't know that everybody's ready to sit down. I think a lot of people are just combative at heart and will fight no matter what. And that's true of anybody out there. And listen, thank you for bringing up that moment about Kuzi. I mean, if anything, over the last year, that was probably one of the best things that I've experienced in the community. It's since I've been here in the last year, man. So at least talking with you guys, and so, but it should be more like that. there should be more moments like that. I mean, listen, we're all waiting. We all have investments. I'm sure it's not just one. It's a multitude of investments, and we're all sitting in purgatory, waiting to and hoping for a better life for our families. What I try to tell people, it's about sovereignty, and sovereignty is actually owning your time. It's not money. It's money to where you actually have your time, because time's the most precious thing. But yeah, man. I mean, I agree with you, David. Being able to connect. Listen, you shared that document with me. I saw it. I looked at it. I'm not going to sit here and go back and forth with you on what I agree or disagree with, because well, listen, I have a respect for you. I see why you put it out. You definitely got my wheels turning into
Patriot,
investigate a lot of things.
I would really like to hear what you disagree about in that document. I think this is the
Can
time to
can
do
we
it.
can we hold on? Can we, because this space is already as long as it is, and he's already said I don't want to. Patriot, if there's a time you do want to go line for line through that with me, I want to do that with you. We can have another X space, but no offense, can we
Yeah,
not?
I mean,
Can
listen,
we not? Can we
I
not?
didn't read the whole thing
Let's
myself,
not. Yeah,
so I
let's not
never
force.
got the chance to. I kind
Let,
of got a scan on
let's
it.
let's not force someone who came up here in good faith to litigate something he just said he doesn't want to litigate. Hey, you're good.
No,
You're good, Patriot.
and I haven't read the whole thing, to be honest
That's
with you,
fine.
word for word. I'll be honest with you. I don't think I've read. David, it was like what 30 something pages. I don't think I've read longer than a 10-page book since I was a kid.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't think.
So,
I don't think.
if
But
you would have
I
done
don't.
it in
I
but
don't.
Dr.
but that,
I
Seuss
don't.
terms, it would
Hey,
have been easier.
I don't think most. I don't think most DB holders have, but that's just a fun
No,
joke.
I'm just not a reader, bro. I mean, I don't mean.
I
Hey,
had
hey,
to, bro. Sorry.
Hey, you got me there, brother. But you know what? You don't have to always read to make money, and
You're
I've
right.
proven that point. I guess maybe I'm just a lucky dog. I don't know. It's just I'm one of those guys that's always on the move, bro. So
Yeah.
it is what it is, man. I'll take that fair jab from you.
What's up, A Train? What's up, A Train? You've been holding your
I
hand.
want I want to say one thing. Yo, me and Patriot have had our problems too, and we were in the same community. But the point that he came in here and he's doing this right, because I just came in here. Like I just came in here. Like it's not like I've been here for months and months and months. But this is, like you said, the olive branch. Like this is the point that we need to come together. Legit for each other and help each other out. And the fact that he came in here and because I popped into the Z-Back space a little while ago. He was in there. He was in there, and now he's in here. And I'm gonna tell you this: that shows a lot, man. Like that's a big move, dude. Because you know, people are so tribal. They're so tribal, and people get so mad and they get so fucking angry about stuff. It's like, man, like we're just trying to make money. Like we're just trying to make
Yeah.
money. That's all we're trying to do. It's about money. And yeah, we have friends, but at the same time, it's like, man, like you guys know, I'm trying to take care of my family. But it's
Yeah,
like
but
I don't
A
know
Train,
any of you
A Train,
people.
A Train. Let me give you a quick scenario.
I
You tell me what you would do. You tell me what you would do. Okay. You have a family. Okay. My Discord is my family. We've known each other for a long time, and these are genuine people. You one day you guys decide to go play meme with meme coins. Okay, and you lose all your money. It was fun. We were in the casino. Okay, and then just because you touched a meme coin, somebody goes online and says these guys are rug pullers because they don't know how crypto works and they think that you were somehow being shady. If you go out and you say, "Hey, kumbaya, we're not going to insult or say anything. We're not going to fight. I just want to avoid controversy." You just conceded a lie. What I would prefer to do in those circumstances, say, you've just lied about me and my family and my friends. That's not true. And I have an obligation to protect our reputation. We never rug pulled anybody. If you know how to read Soul Scan, you would know that. So I'm going to continue to do both. I'm going to continue to have an olive branch out. And this is what the Bible says. If you guys care at all, since we brought it up, live at peace with everyone insofar as it depends on you. It stops depending on me if you threaten or attack or lie about my family, in which case I will defend them rhetorically if something has been said untrue. People have called us rug pullers with zero proof for like hard drive, ZBCN, Man Lantern, those three guys specifically have just spread this lie, and people have been happy to eat it up because that means they're allowed to dismiss my arguments now. I don't have to engage with his arguments and the truth of them because I can just label him a rug puller with no proof, which is to me, I'm always going to come out and say that is a lie, which makes you a liar. Is that an insult? Yes. Is it true? Yes. Does it need to be said? It does. So there is a difference there, and I hope everybody sort of advocating for let's all be friends understands that I'm not going to roll over and let you guys lie about me and my family just because it's a kumbaya moment. I want the olive branch, and I've proven I'm happy to have it, but don't lie, right? That's all I mean to say.
Yeah, listen, I just try to speak
What
truth, bro. I definitely don't go down that road, and honestly, the only one that I don't have anything nice to say about at this point is Z-Man, bro, because what he pulled there, trying to use his influence, especially in the community and so on and so forth, in that. I don't mind people a meme coin. You invest what you want, but I didn't like the fact that we built him up to a certain status, and then you turn around and you try to utilize it to pump a bag the way he did. It's like he came back from from XRP Vegas riding in like he was Yankee Doodle Dandy, and he went out like the headless horseman. You know what I mean? And that's what it should have been like, because you got to hold somebody accountable. When you have a leader in the group, you don't do that kind of stuff. And listen, I got that one wrong. I was close. I was close to him. But listen. I stopped going on the podcast and all because it was just too much, and I didn't. Dude, he thought that he was going to be the next Golden Globe winner and stuff like that, and I was like, this is too serious for me. But yeah, I mean, dude, we do need to have respect for each other. And no face, while I got you here, I know there was a lot of questions you had for me back in the day that never really got to answer, and you thought I had some inside connections or something with Uphold. I'm an institutional guy. I deal with guys at Uphold. They're sales guys. I happen to reach out to them to try to get a sponsorship from them for the podcast. We actually ended up not getting it because institutional and the sponsorships come from the retail side, and institutional and retail are two different departments. I don't even think they're in the same country. I think institutional's here in the U.S. and I believe retail's over in Germany. But we never ended up getting it, and that was about the deepest connection I had. Why those guys popped in our Discord? I think they popped in our Discord because they wanted to see what we were talking about and all, probably to see whether or not, and go back to the company and say whether or not this is something they wanted to sponsor. But we weren't even asking for a Discord sponsorship. We really just wanted it for the podcast. But that was it, man. There was nothing. There was no malfeasance going on there. And these are some of the things that I just want to debunk that you put out there about me. None of that stuff was true. I'm glad you're kind of focusing on other stuff, and I think that's a little more important. So
I hey, this is five. I
yeah.
find some of it interesting just sitting here listening, because there's a lot of judgment over towards Will for being into a meme coin, um, which he says he got rugged, but that part doesn't matter. What's funny is that his perception was that he was going to make money on it, and people got mad at him
That
when we're
That's not
saying the
what.
same thing
That's
about
not. That's not how it
ZBCN.
went.
That's not how it went. Listen, five. That's not how it went. This was the issue. The issue was he went to Vegas, came back. Everybody's following him, right? Somebody came into our Discord and said to me, "Yo, our leader is pumping this coin called PDEX," and I was like, "What?" I said, "I don't know anything about it," and then I looked and I was like, and I saw he was, and I was like, "Yo, what's up with that?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna, I just want to make some money." And I was like, "Well, it's your money. You can do whatever you want." I said, "But I don't think it's right to use your influence as ZBCN, man. If you're going to say you're part of ZBCN and try to attach yourself to the company, I don't think it's right to use that and do that. Like, that's exactly why he went after the people in Vianti and all that, was saying that they were trying to utilize EBCN and all that. He was being hypocritical, right? And people in the community were calling it out. And so I just said to Captain Zach, I said, shit's going to hit the fan. And when it does, I'm going to speak up and say I agree with them. And that's what I did. And that's why he got pissed at me and people were pissed off. Because again, he did exactly what he went out and attacked everybody in the community for doing. He did it himself and said said, no, it's okay because I'm doing it. There's nothing wrong with things, Five. Like you can do whatever you want, but you be consistent. You can't call a spade and then come back and say it's a heart when you do it. You got to apply the same. You got to apply the same rules to yourself. And when you can't apply them to yourself, that is the issue. You can't be a leader. And then when you're called out as a leader, you
Yep.
need to accept responsibility for what you do
Yep.
wrong and not double down.
I was just about to say that. That's exactly what he
And
did.
and he didn't. He said, "Fuck these guys. I'm taking the Zebek Nation name, and it's mine, and this, that, and the other." And he just took off, and we were like, "Damn, okay, it is
Yeah.
what it is." But that's the kind. And it just showed that he wasn't a leader. It's like he wanted his accolades for everything, for being the guy who had information. He wanted to be paraded around as the hero. But when he did something wrong, and he knew he did it wrong, how he went about it, he couldn't accept it, and everybody else was an asshole and a piece of shit. And that's not, you know, I don't talk like this, but that's exactly how he felt about us. And
You
that's
know,
wrong, bro.
you're absolutely right, Patriot. And can I say
Uh,
just one thing real quick? I don't understand how you guys who appear to have good discernment, Patriot, Devin, you guys are exceptional representatives of your Discord to the extent there's more people like you. I was in there for a while and there's not. But I will say this. It shocks me to this day that people who are discerning would say, let's follow this guy, this unstable, constantly crashing out on X and embarrassing ZBCN, pirate spandex shilling guy who's clearly just copy and pasting ChatGPT stuff he doesn't understand. Let's all follow this guy, promote him, get in his Discord, and elect him our de facto spokesperson for the community. Where is the discernment in just recognizing this guy's a
So
goofball
this
who
was
knows
so
nothing about
I'm gonna
crypto?
jump in on this one really quick
Yeah,
because
please.
in the beginning it was not like that. In the beginning
Yeah.
it was, I think the fame got to his head. I'm gonna flat out say that.
Can I flat out say something else?
I was what
I was
I'm
there in the beginning. I knew Will before all of you did.
so
I'm
I
the one
don't
who
know
met
what
him.
happened before.
Yeah,
I
but
saw his
we
all
didn't
right.
see that part of it, David. You were
So
right, but
the
we didn't
way
see it.
the way that I looked at it was, all right, this is a guy who's getting inside information from somebody from Zebek, because everything that he's saying and putting out is actually coming out, and Zebek is saying it later on. It's like,
Which is
okay, this guy
bearish,
has some
by the
sort of
way. Which is bearish. I just gotta say.
this guy has some sort of in with Zebek, so let's listen in so we can get stuff ahead of everybody else. That's how I got into it. And we're watching. It's like, hey, look, we want to keep on growing this channel. I'm like, hey, I believe in the project. Let's see what happens. That's how I ended up on the YouTube channel. But it was more and more as he started getting more and more followers. It started seeming like he was just very fame hungry, and that's all he cared about more so than anything else.
Devin,
And
Devin,
it's
please.
unfortunate that it happened that way. But again, he had the chance to own it and just say, "Hey, look, I screwed up. Everybody screws up. I respect somebody more when they can admit that I was wrong and I'm learning from it and it won't happen again because I'm
Agreed.
not perfect myself." But
Agreed.
that's not
Devin.
what happened, and that's where everything happened with him.
And
Agreed.
and
Two things
David,
I have
behind
to
the
say.
scenes, I did a lot of talking with him. Listen, he pulled a stunt one day where he got bent out of shape about something and decided he was ripping the cape off. He wasn't Z-Man. He went back to himself, and I was like, dude, what is he doing? I said,
Okay. Two things I have to say here. This guy was not just a guy who fooled everybody and then suddenly revealed his true self. Okay.
yeah,
That's half the story. The
yeah,
full arc of the story is I am the first one to have met this guy when
right,
I was recruiting for my Discord way long ago, way before ZBCN ever was even a thing you guys looked at. Okay. And he was crashing out over green and red candles because he's never seen crypto in his life. And I pulled him in, I took him under my wing, and I said, hey, buddy, let me teach you a thing about charts. Let me teach you a thing about crypto. You can just chill through the volatility. There's some real speculative gains to be had here. And just and then me and my buddy Derek decided to teach him all kinds of things about how to read wallets. And then we started feeding him all this stuff. And he went and said, I'm gonna go create an X account. We said, hey, we support you. You're our friend. And we started, and this is how he got his initial follower base.
yeah.
And then as soon as he got his first 1,000 followers, all of a sudden it was Coinbase is going to list us on repeat, and he cut us completely off. And then he betrayed us, and then he started telling people we were rug pullers because they were trading meme coins in there. That's not what a rug puller is, but okay. And you guys, I love you true, believed him. And it wasn't until recently where you're like, oh my gosh, that guy's a snake and a liar and betrayer. Listen, you could have just actually listened to me when I came out and hosted a debate in public, invited everyone to it, and nobody came.
Yeah, but David, in defense to that, you were obviously right about it. Okay, we're admitting that. But at the time, you and I were locking horns, so I didn't believe anything you said at that point. I admit that. We've squashed that, right? But
Yeah.
you and I didn't agree. We obviously were in our own disagreement. And I'll be honest with you, Will was very chill with me, dude. He was texting me all the time. Maybe he was cozying up to me because he knew, he needed to keep me on his side. I don't know, dude. We were good until we weren't good. Where he got pissed off is when I called him out for his BS there at the end, because I do hold people accountable. Until then, he'd been. Dude, I don't watch him that closely, what he was doing and what he was posting. I don't have time for that kind of stuff,
Hey,
David.
Patriot and team, can I pivot for a second? Outside of Z-Man and Zebek as a whole, I just
Yeah,
want to say if there's anything that we learned from this is, can we all understand how the blockchain works, how these transactions work, how the block works, instead of trusting if everything is on the ledger, then if we can somehow do, and maybe this is an idea, David, maybe we do like a 101 of how the blockchain
Milo,
works and how
Milo, I
yeah.
love you, but I think that the discussion was that an hour ago, and we've drifted into these people don't care. And by these people, I do not mean Patriot and Devin. They obviously care, but there's a certain cohort of people here who we've been trying to bring this to,
Well, okay,
who
David, but
just
hold
reject it.
on, but let me finish because I wasn't here an hour ago, and all I'm saying is that if we can educate the people and people are willing to listen to how the blockchain actually works, and not just have a spaces on it, but maybe do like a tutorial, and you can physically see how the blockchain works, then maybe people would be more on board. And outside of ZBCN itself, you could start looking into different tokens and how burn mechanisms work and how transactions work,
Yeah,
you know?
you're just like Devin, Milo. You're giving the benefit of the doubt to people who I don't think have earned it, and here's why. One, I published an entire book, and there within that is instructions on exactly how to walk through the chain. And two, do you really think people who, when their own CEO came out and said he's right, we have no utility, but new tokenomics, are going to care what I have to teach them what's on chain? They do not care. Their own CEO agreed that they have no utility, and they still bought it. They don't
But
care
but
about
may, but may,
facts.
this may again. I give the benefit of the doubt all the time, and this may be a pivotal moment where people are more willing to listen. I mean, how often do we get over
I'm
30 people listening to this
You're
today?
right. And I'm always willing to give answers to people who have questions. No one's ever asked me a technical question and I said, screw you. Never.
Mila, and this isn't to pick on you, Patriot, but it's a great idea and all, but you have a leader here. I'll call you that, Patriot, just because you've been around a long time, and he admits he didn't read it. So, do you think that other people have read it? Like, do you think that's why we're getting so much slack? Is nobody actually read the damn paperwork?
Oh, for sure, nobody read it, and anyone who tried to read it definitely didn't understand it. That's clear.
I want to, dude, and here's the thing.
Well, five. Listen. Number one, I went on vacation last week. I definitely, no offense, David, I wasn't listening to. I wasn't reading Lemonade Stand on my vacation.
Yeah.
If you would have done the audio version, maybe I would have listened to it on my
Oh, yeah.
drive.
Bro, somebody else asked me to do that. They were like,
But
hey,
that
bro,
but that's my point.
can
That's
you
my
get to
point.
2026 and make this an audiobook, please?
But
I'll tell
that's
you,
my point.
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm not Stephen King, where I publish a novel and then you guys just have to read it or never get it. I'm accessible.
Yeah, no.
I'm not a celebrity. Therefore, anyone who has genuine questions can get the 5-minute synopsis just by DMing me. And yet, the few people who do, one, get help, and the other ones block me. There was a guy today who was like, "Hey, man, I got all these concerns about ZBCN. I'm freaking out. Can you help me?" I said, "Sure. I got a lot to do today. I'll try to get you some by the end of the night." I ended up not. I spent hours drafting some evidence for them, some on-chain evidence, so they could have something. And then in the morning, I was like, "Let me go give this to this guy. I'm sure he'll appreciate it." And I was blocked. because I it's not as though I'm not accessible. You guys can ask questions. You don't need to read the whole document. You literally could just have me tell you about it.
Yeah,
I've
and listen,
availed
those who
myself.
are going to want to hear it are going to come and listen and hear it. Those that don't aren't going to. I mean, that's just life, right? I
Yeah.
mean, we can't get caught up on people that don't want to read or don't want to listen to it. That is what it is. I still have my reasons why I'm invested, right? I'm not going to break down all of them, but nor am I going to sit here and tell you all my positions. But I can I can take risks, and I
Pat,
take risks.
nobody here, nobody. I can't. I'll speak for myself. I will never tell you, nor have I ever told you, you better sell that ZBCN. I'll never.
You you
The
you
whole
haven't.
the
You
whole
haven't.
thing is, hey, bro, do you know this does not have utility and it is not the rails of the financial future? And if you say to me, yeah, I know that, but look at the narrative, I say, right on, brother. You're playing the game right. But by the way, sell pressure. This isn't 2017. Yeah, I suppose I get that too. I just need, this is a risk side of my portfolio. I'm like, man, see, you get it. You get it. And we're all friends, and no one's out there online deceiving people with a narrative that does not match up with tech. And then when they get confronted with it, they just block instead of try to refute. That
Hey,
changes everything.
I agree with you, dude. Listen, there's a lot of guys in this room I talk to on the side. There's a lot. Okay, and listen, you guys, you call me a leader in that community as if I have some kind of crystal ball to force them to listen. I don't, dude. There's a there's a group of guys, maybe six, seven of us that talk every night, and it's not even about crypto. It's about life, man. Some people from around the world that I don't typically even get to talk to, that I would never have met, if it wasn't for this, and it's just kind of cool. It's cool just to see how people live and learn, and that's what I like about the community. I'm not in there all day
Pa-
posting. I'm not in there.
Patriot. Leader doesn't mean you're sitting here forcing people to do things. The leaders in this, and it's because I came from over there, the leaders are just influential people over the other people. It doesn't mean you're telling people to do this, do that. It's just that your influence is so high, and you're pretending you don't realize you have that, but like your influence is so high that people do come to you for whatever reasons. Like that's the leader,
Yeah, they
not
come to me
telling
about
someone to
life.
do
They
this.
come to me about life, not crypto, dude.
Yeah, but
Well,
Patriot,
there's the opportunity, guys.
Yeah.
this is a good point, Patriot. They go to you about life, and by the way, good on them. At least they have somebody like you. Who do they go to about crypto and Solana and smart contracts? Who do they go to? Who do you have?
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't.
know. I don't
I
know who
when
they
I
personally go
when
to.
I said earlier to Devin, I said I don't think you guys have a high IQ crypto representative in there. That was hyperbole, but at the same time, if you guys elected 314 or Lantern to be that guy, you have nobody over there who knows crypto. You don't have a single person who can help you invest in software, even though you're all invested in software. You got, but and that's and I would, you know what I would want to do? I want to help. Like I
Yeah.
literally can tell you guys where the risk is here, and you can invest anyway. But everyone's just like, no. I had a guy tell me today, you weren't in here. He was like, Nautilus 3, Nautilus, the L3. It's going to carry all the ZBCN demand. I was like, bro,
But David,
stop listening
Well,
let's
to
say
listen,
GPT.
I do want to say this. I like 314 and I like Lantern, so I don't want to talk negative about them. Nobody elected anybody. It's guys that decided to step up to the plate and put their time in. It's not, there's no election
But
of,
can they swing a bat?
well, listen,
Can they hit a ball? Or is it all
I, I,
strikes?
I
Can
like
I
the
jump? Can
guys.
I
I
jump
back
in
the
here?
guys, and
Can
I
I
and
jump
I,
in
I
here?
definitely will stand up for those guys. As those are good friends of mine, and I'm not going to sit here and put them down. That they definitely put a lot of time and effort into what they do, and that's it. And nobody tells them what to say. They say what they want to say, right?
Hey,
I'm not trying to get
can
you.
I jump
I'm
in
not
here
trying to
for a
get you.
second?
Yeah, I'm not trying to get you to switch up. Let's go ahead to this other speaker here.
Hey
What's up,
guys,
hot
it's
sauce? Hot
yeah,
sauce.
yeah. Thanks. Real quick, I'm not gonna take up too much time. I just got in here. I'm at work. I got a quick second. So I've been listening to a little bit from both sides, and I think it's really good. Everybody's making up. That's really good. And mature the just crypto world in general. So enough of that. So I got in ZBC and ZBEC early 006, loaded up, made money. Loved the staking, was staking left and right. I'm a passive income king, okay? I earn every second of the day.
and the when they couldn't keep it up. I understand that it all dropped. Hey, I get it. That's business. So with everything going down, everybody knows keep your emotions out of it. Blah blah blah. This that da da da. Whatever's going on with buybacks, burns, la di da da. It was going down. So yes, I sold and I made a good chunk of change. Okay, that's my personal business. That's just business. Okay, I still hold some because it's locked up, and I'm okay with that. And I'll probably let that ride, see what happens as the market does its thing, clarity, and the whole nine. But my thing is, so when people ask questions, questions need to be asked. And I'm all for that. I'm not a community guy with anybody. I know my name says Hot Sauce HSX. I follow people SHX. I follow people in XPR. I follow people all over the place. But I'm not committed to one community. And the simple fact is, I just don't do drama. And in crypto and life, there's all the drama. I try to keep it minimal. But you guys on both
Amen.
sides, let these guys ask their questions. Come with them with educated and respectful responses. You got Dark Horse, you got Five, you got, No Face, you got all these people, and they just going through what they're saying. And it's like, okay, we, as a holder, I would have loved to hear Simon come back with some feedback and not just blow anything off. So as a holder, I am concerned, but I can do the risk like you guys are too, and just keep emotional. And I would, as you guys who got discords and followers and the whole shebang that really care about people, because I can feel everyone's compassion here. Just say, hey, be mindful. Take this as your own risk. The whole only invest what you can afford to lose, and DCA, do the whole nine, do the research, keep up on it. This is your investment, educate, continue to do that, and be a constant reminder, like, guys, you know what you're doing here, and don't bet the farm. Be very careful about this, and I'm pretty sure you guys are doing that, but that's just where I stand with this. I wish Simon would have came out and said something and not just, oh, we're gonna have a new listing or something, blah blah blah, and this and that. We haven't heard nothing from the guy, and that's where my red flag comes up.
Thank
So
you.
I had planned on buying more because the price is going to tank. It's just inevitable. It's just how crypto is, and that's what business is. You buy red, you sell green,
Thank you,
and
Hot
now,
Sauce.
okay,
I just
that
want to, bro. I just want to say real quick. I followed you. I love what you're saying. I'm sorry to interrupt.
no, no, no,
You,
you're fine.
yeah,
I just had to keep it short. I'm sorry. I
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of
Hey, no,
rambled.
no worries, bro. No worries. We got a couple other hands. I just wanted to
Hey,
get to real
real
quick.
quick, David. I just want to say one more thing. I only got a 2% left on my phone, so
Go ahead.
I didn't plan on being on this. Listen, I think there is always a time and a place to have good, healthy questions and debates. It's just how we go about it. And listen, no criticism on you, no face, but you did come out flaming hot, throwing arrows, and I think you did it at a lot of people that didn't necessarily deserve it. I understand your passion and your frustration, but if we can get past that to where people aren't, attacking each other, and it can actually just be like, hey, I agree or disagree. I think things can, people eventually will come to the table, and everybody will do it at their own time. But listen, I just wanted to come out and say what's up. Hey, we're not hiding. I just, I have my reasons. I just
You,
want you to know,
real quick before you leave, Patriot. There's one person that can end everything, and it's Simon. But he won't come talk to the community.
Can
Thank
you
you.
talk to me, Simon? Can you
Thank
talk
That
to
you.
me,
that
Simon?
ends that ends everything. That ends every space.
Can
That ends every divisive conversation between you and I.
yeah.
But they
Well, I
won't do
mean,
it, so they keep it
I
speculative.
don't
They
disagree
keep
with
they
you, but
keep they keep their
we don't
assets
have that
speculative.
connection. I don't have
I
that
I
connection.
I get that. I'm just saying.
You know
Guys,
what
he'll
I
never
mean?
do it. He'll never do
If
it,
I
guys.
could, I would, dude, but I don't have that connection. I believe at the time Will was. I don't know that Will was talking to Simon, but he had his email, and he was that guy that was like sending you spam all day long, probably
Yeah.
to Simon. So
Real quick, I want to say this real quick. So just be patient, people with their hands up. I want to get to the last meeting. I want to get to rah rah. But before I do, guys, just want to say I love you, Patriot.
yeah, you too, buddy.
You're a real life friend that transcends all this stuff. And Soli Deo Gloria.
Yes,
But
sir.
Simon, if you're listening, I know Sam used to because he unfollowed me like last year when I started talking about this stuff on a live X space. But Simon, if you're listening, I'm doing AMA, a real one. Don't even invite Benji. Just talk to me in front of everybody. But
You know he won't. You know he
also
won't.
also invite Stelios. Quick show of hands. Everybody throw a thumbs up. Who owns the Beck? Who knows who Stelios is? Yeah, I didn't think so. So he's the head of engineering. He's a Russian guy, and he's the only guy who could really talk to me about this stuff. Simon does not have a tech background, which is why he keeps putting his foot in his mouth and having to walk it back. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's fine. He's a CEO. He's not a CTO. But Stelios is the guy. He will tell you if I'm wrong about the stuff that's on chain, and I'm not. Go find me Stelios, and I'll bring an interpreter, and we'll do it out for everybody, in front of everybody. I beg you.
Can we do it in Alaska? I'm just.
We can do whatever you want. It's X space. All right.
Just
Hot sauce. It was great to meet you, brother. Patriot, I love you, man. If your phone
man,
died,
yeah. Listen, guys, you all have a good one, man. I gotta
Yeah.
fly, but I
Thank you,
appreciate you.
Patriot.
yeah.
Thank you.
Let's
Yeah.
go
Take
to
it
the
easy.
last
Thanks for
minion.
having me on. Later.
Thank you so much for your patience, last minion. What you got to say, brother?
Yo, good evening, everyone. It's 4 a.m. in Namibia right now. Um, yeah, Namibia is in Africa. For those who don't know, and yeah, I've been calling out ZBC and Zebek scam for quite some time. Um, I follow crypto. I'm really into crypto. I understand utility. I understand that Zebek is simply a meme coin. It's on the app layer. So whatever the language that they use, how they speak, it's really just perhaps the business of advertising or marketing consensus within the app layer. So it's nothing on chain. Let me put it like that, because then it won't need a Sol wallet, a Solana wallet. So those connections, basically all orchestrations are on Solana. So that's already a red flag because it's not its own independent blockchain. So the red flags are just too many. And there's a group of a lot of people on X that do it intentionally. They know how it works. They literally do it intentionally to get more people in it. And they use different, like I called it a parasite. Like if if um if there's a conference of some sort where you get big names like Ripple, um the Zebek team or people would either just create some content, edits, Photoshop, and AI stuff. It's easy to pick up, some stuff if you have a good eye to just, look at the images and the graphics and the graphic quality. All those things do come up when something is uploaded and it's not original and it's an edit. So yeah, it's gonna go down. I call it a pump and dump because I know when it's a hype thing. They get basically the whole internet. I don't know how many followers they have, and I don't know what is a paid ad and whatnot. So they get everyone to to get hyped up and get in. No, it's payroll. It's gonna be some paying per second situation, but it's not really that because it can't do that. The payment orchestration, it doesn't have a DEX. It's not like the XRP ledger, or it's not entirely like the orchestration is not happening on the blockchain. So there are just so many counterparty risks when it comes to what it is or what it does. So yeah, that's my stance on it. I know Dom also called it out to some extent. But yeah, it's really nothing. It's a meme coin. It's just a meme coin like any other meme coin. You pump and dump it, and that's how people are making profits. And that's not crypto because meme coins had their time. Where people anyone can create a meme coin, and it's basically profitable in the first 1 minute for any new launched meme coin. The first 1 minute, that's how people who launch them would make them, apart from the ones that are going live and having a lot of followers and getting people to pump it or something like that. But that's not utility. You're not investing in anything of use. You are just gambling, and it's probably worse because someone already sees you putting in your money and then taking it out. So it's unlike utility, and there are a lot of utility based crypto, like real stuff, like Flare, XRP, XLM. To some extent, they get lower with like that, like the return ability perhaps goes down with the tokenomics. But even then, there are just so many other advantages of having a real use case type of crypto asset, and
Yeah.
then it turns into a digital asset and not
Yeah.
just any fungible token in a sense.
Last
So
minute. Thank you so
there's a
much.
difference
Yeah.
that I feel
I
people should. Yeah,
I
sorry,
agree.
David.
I agree. No, no, I agree. And again, I
Hmm.
don't try to interrupt within the first like 2 minutes, but just
Okay.
there's several people with their hands up, and I respect that. So,
Okay.
I love everything you said. Let's move on to Ra Ra, who's been very patient. What's up, Ra Ra?
Okay. Cool.
Hi. Yeah, I don't have much time because it's kind of been going on for a while, but I just wanted to say that, you know, I've been in crypto and different cryptos, and it's what I've been seeing just for the last maybe 6 months is just been sad because we're all adults here and we all been in, uh, smart enough to invest in what we choose to invest in, and just the some of the stuff I'm seeing in the community. Can you all hear me? Sorry.
I can hear you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Um, and I, for one, read some of your report and right away when I saw that it came out. So I'm just I'm kind of tired of seeing the mudslinging and the hate going back and forth. And you could put your facts out there, but it's up to individuals to invest in what they want to invest in. And most investors, I hope, have done their research uh, and invested in what they wanted to invest in. And some of the low IQ comments and hate towards each other, I think needs to stop. Um, we're adults here. We're not, and we're trying to do better for our families and our future generations. And I get it on some of both sides here, but I just think that sometimes when I attend other people's communities and spaces and stuff like that, I think everybody's got a little PTSD because of all the attacks that have been going on. And it's not just ZVCN, it's XRP and other cryptos. Like some people attack so hatefully that it harms people's well-being or whatever they're building and whatever they're working on. It shuts them down off of X where they are doing work. And when someone's actually building an actual good person and they're worried about somebody coming into their comment section and attacking them, uh, they go into doing their own work for good and have this PTSD. And I just think that we all over crypto need to like check ourselves, and stop the hate. There's been hate towards me in the springtime, and so I see the PTSD because I had it from people attacking me when I came out with a project. It wasn't the only project I had, but since it was something that someone didn't like and someone didn't believe in, they chose to attack me as a person, and uh, that's not cool, you know.
But
And that's not. I'm not the only one. It's been done to a lot of people,
yeah, rah.
and
I'm sorry that's happened to you, and I hope nobody from, I'm going to say our side, but we're not even on this on a side. We're the side of truth is the side I hope everybody's on. I'm sorry that's happened to you, but can I ask you a quick question? You know, to the extent that you have been an observer, an innocent observer who's just trying to learn about their own investment and do well by other people, and you say stop the hate. I hope we would all say stop the hate. I hope we'd all want the
yeah.
hate to stop. But let me ask you a question. You said you read some of the book I wrote.
Hmm.
In that, did you see any hate?
Not from you, but people that you hang out with now. So I apologize
Sure.
for that, but
No,
it's
you're not
not
wrong.
you.
You're not wrong.
And
I associate with people who I don't necessarily align with in every regard. That's sort of
that's
like in the movie The Patriot, when people who are fighting King George happen to be people who want to give quarter to the British and some don't. We have a common sort of alignment, but we're not the same, and we do argue amongst ourselves. I have told No Face several times, because he's my little brother now, you need to chill out with with your approach and your conspiracy theories. And you know what? He was 100% receptive, and he's growing, and he's becoming 10x the person. That said, everyone's community has a little bit of that. Patriot would tell you the same. He's not proud of his own community. And so here's what I want to say. I just want to speak for myself instead of every single person who puts their name next to mine, who I have the best intentions for. My document was full of primary sources and 70 references and facts that you could look up yourself. I told no one to kick rocks. No one was blocked. And I put that out there. The response it got from ZBCN people was, block this guy. He's a futter. Don't even engage with his arguments or try to refute them. This guy is a pedophile and the evil and the worst of people because he dared to come out and say, hey, this is what it looks like by the evidence. And
right.
when you say stop the hate, I say, amen, sister. Where do we start? I don't want to sit here and pretend that we can all kumbaya and be pacifists, because it's not reality. There is a person, a party here who is the reason we can't get along. Otherwise, we'd all be getting along. And it's not coming from me. Do you
Well,
agree?
it's coming from, yeah, it's coming from somebody that hangs around you, and that's why I didn't attend these spaces, because I was attacked by that person. My project was back in the springtime, and then other people that supported my project got attacked as well. And when all of our accounts got suspended, my project got suspended, um, and people that were just commenting on my, you know, liking things that came out and liking the idea and the vision were attacked by this person and his friends. He got his friends to attack, and that's against X policy.
You're right.
And
And this is the first time I'm hearing about this. And I don't know, I think it was Milo. Somebody said it earlier. Maybe it was I Got Five. But they told Patriot, you may not have been voted in as a leader and you have no authority, but you have influence, and therefore everyone's going to dump on your head. I know how that feels. I am now culpable for some things I've never even heard of. I don't even know what you're talking about, but it's my fault that I associate with these people. I don't even know who they are. So I'm going to go ahead and take that and say, to the extent that somebody cut you short and hated on you when it wasn't just an argument that was in good faith, I'm sorry. But what I mean by that is, I have no idea what you're talking about, because I never did that. You see what
right,
see, this is the thing. I to the extent I'm
but that,
judged by the people I associate with, I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm
and
sure
that,
you're
but
being
that's the thing.
honest.
There, y'all are judging all of ZBCN community because of a few people that are doing the same thing, and there's not a lot of them. But I mean, I see it out there sometimes. I see it on both
Well,
sides,
well,
and I see it
you're
in
right.
other
You're
crypto
right.
too. But
To be fair, we sort of lump these groups together, but
mm,
also two people came up from the Zebek community, three, I think, maybe you're four. Everyone that
yeah,
came up today from the Zebek community was treated with respect and dignity, and even brotherhood in Patriots' case, and like, it was high, elevated level of respect. Nobody needs to be concerned that everyone's just going to shout them off the stage and call them a futter. So that's when I actually have control over my environment. I have no control over what happens when I'm not even here. So if you give me the grace, I'll give you the same grace and say that you have, and I'm in that Discord, by the way. I'm lurking around, and as well as at least 2 other people now. With they've made us register our X accounts, but you know, it is the way it is. We're still in there, and I can say the hate and vitriol that's in there is 10,000 times what you'll ever find in this X space. But they don't have the balls to come up here and say it to our faces or talk about blockchain. And so I would say I agree with you. Stop the hate, and that means choose your friends wisely. And it's clear to me which party is the hate-driven party versus the fact-driven party. I'm not trying to tell you to choose sides, and I'm sorry for whoever demeans your project or whatever it is. But I've already said on record in this long space today that anyone who wants to play meme coins who's 21 years and older can do that, as long as they don't pretend it's Rails and all this nonsense. So I'm sorry that happened to you. I hope we can be friends. If anyone from like you or anyone you know feels unfairly judged and feels like they're too intimidated by me to come up and DM me, I promise you, this is my word to you, nobody who just wants to deal in facts will be demeaned by me. Nobody will be blocked by me. My worst enemies aren't blocked by me because I am always prepared to engage on the merits. And I hope people who want to make
Same
money
here.
appreciate that. Cool.
Same here. And I'm kind of like, I like Patriots View because he's in touch with like life and stuff like that. And he's,
Yeah.
on a spiritual level and, you know, of God and stuff like that. And
Yeah. I
that's what
love.
I'm about. And that's why I don't understand why people are like this in the crypto community. We are living in a time that is could be awesome if we would all get along and just speak truth, put it out there and let people read it themselves. I read your report and I'll probably read it again. But
Amen.
your report brought up questions that needed to be asked, and people like me, we went and did our own research after that. You know what I mean? And that's what
Yeah. And by the
something.
way, by the way, Rara, suppose that you and your friends, or not that you represent your broader community, we just got over that, uh, decided that their response to my document was to create a counterfactual document. My response to that would not be to go on a campaign telling people to ignore and block that document. I would go
Right.
line by line addressing every single fact in it because, gosh dang it, I'm either going to have my mind changed because this is my money at the end of the day, or my friend's money at least, which is why I'm here, or it's they're wrong. So, I you, can somebody from your group, to the extent it's your group, I know we don't have onus over everybody. Can somebody please produce their own document? I will personally walk line by line in that document and then address things with primary sources that I disagree with or concede things that are true and identify straw mans and steel man it the best I can. No one has done that for me based on my document. Instead, they say, this is too much work. This guy's just sitting here fudding. And that's the reaction that I've gotten. And I'm willing to say, test me. Produce your own
Right.
document for why you're in favor of ZBSN. I promise my reaction to it won't be to block you. I'll address every word of it.
Right. I never blocked you. I wanted to attend the space, but I'm glad I didn't till now. But because I was uh, still dealing with PTSD from the
Yeah.
one person pushing it, and
Yeah.
so that's. I apologize for that because I shouldn't have judged you on that person. But when you're attacked and you have somebody promoting your report that isn't trustworthy and is not of a good nature, then you tend to block the noise. So you can keep focusing on what you have to do in life, and that's another thing. Like it's got the hate and stuff like that has gotten so loud that people don't have time for that. So if we can be real and be truthful and stop, attacking people and attacking whatever they're doing. They've done the investment, they've done the research on what they're doing. Yes, they have the option now to read your report, but a few people that hang around you attacking those people that I know and attacking me is not going to get anywhere.
Well,
Um,
here's the only assurance I can give you. If someone ever does that in my presence unfairly, everyone who knows me knows I'll be like, "Hey, let's hear her out." Everyone knows this is what I mean by not just singing the kumbaya thing. I'm a defender for anyone, not on any side, but on the side of truth. Anyone who wants to avail themselves to reason and submit to the laws of logic will find me on their side. I don't care if you're my family member or I've known you for 100 years. You will submit to nature's governing laws, which are logic. And to the extent someone is going to be respectful and rational, you will find me their ally. Anyone who ever does that in my presence, to the extent I have any influence, like obviously Noseface is my friend, so I can speak here. eh, I'll be able to control that a little bit, or at least be on your side and help defend you. And I'll do it in comment sections too. But I have no idea who you're referring to that would have treated you that way.
That's who I'm referring to.
Okay.
I used to be friends with. I got five on it until he started hanging out with him because he attacked. No Face attacked me, my project and my friends. And there's a
Okay.
still one of my friends that is in shadow ban, and I've been trying to help him come out into the light. And when you attack people like that in on X, it and they get suspended, they get shadow banned after they get out of a suspension. That isolates a person, and that's
Yeah.
not of God. That's the
Yeah.
enemy.
I'm gonna not mediate between the two of you and let you guys speak to each other real quick. No face.
Yeah, yeah. I understand. I don't recall attacking a specific project. If you could give me a little bit more detail, I'd be happy to speak to it. But
Yeah, you attacked Zebek, brother. That
oh,
project.
is this what we're talking about? Or are we talking about a different? Is
No.
this?
Well, it's not Zebek. It's Zebek radio, and it's not just about Zebek. It was about XRP and Zebek.
Oh,
Actually, it was about crypto charts and music. So it had nothing to do with like being for one crypto. It just had the Zebek in its name. And if you would know me, you would have known that it just happened that way. I was building before it became Zebek radio,
oh,
and I was putting out crypto music for all communities. And someone approached me about starting Zebek radio, and then bailed out on me, and so I was left with it and to do by myself. And then when I came out with a cool video, you started attacking that X page, and so I had to make another X page to help keep it going while I fought to get Zebek underscore radio back in good grace with X. And you got your friends to attack me personally, and y'all didn't even know me. Um,
well, I never have gone out and say go attack this person, or I don't get people to attack anybody. So my actions are mine. But if I did report, I mean, I don't even know if I've reported or tried to get any account banned with Zbeck Radio. I do know about Zbeck Radio, and maybe I did come forward at some time and talk some
it
shit.
was back in the springtime. You did.
Okay, well then look, I apologize about that, and I don't. It's not my intention to cause anyone any PTSD or make make people upset to this extent. And this is something I've grown on as well recently. Is like, look, I was 100% conspiracy driven on this project the entire time, basically, until we got a full document full of facts. And to me, I'm being attacked on X all the time. I'm having their barristers write me letters. They're your community, not you personally, but
Not
because
me personally.
not you
No.
personally. And again, I do want to apologize if I came after. I want to apologize. We can make, a clean record here. I don't want to affect anyone to the point where they feel terrible like this. So I do apologize for that.
Well, I stayed away from the Quebec community when things were going down, because I saw things and I stayed away from it and just kept building. And
And
that's the thing. Like when you attacked me, I really wasn't a part of that community. I had a small uh, group that I trust that I've always been supporting, and we would meet on YouTube and live streams and hang out and watch crypto charts together. And it wasn't all this drama, and that's why, like, when I sit back and look at stuff being like the mud being slinged back and forth, it just it raises a flag to me. And I see it on both sides, y'all. I see it and I shake my head,
can I
and
ask you a
sometimes I come
question?
out and say something about it. Yeah.
All right. So in my position, right, I've literally seen the community come out and say people like No Face and No Face, the Zebek team lawyers will be coming after No Face and people like him and uncovering identities. Like, and so on the offense to that, how am I going to respond to that? Well, this is war, in my opinion. Like, so that's why I go so hard. That's why if I see Zebek, I'm going hard. It's not my intention to affect anyone personally at all. But when I mean, we want to talk about being attacked. Like, guys, these people are targeting people who are speaking truth about a project with attorneys and slap tactics. This isn't a joke. This isn't a lie. This is documented by multiple people. And so yeah, when you're in the smoke and in the fog of war in a way, yeah, I'm a crash out sometimes. So I do apologize if I made you feel any type of way or affected your progress or anything. I don't go around mass reporting accounts or blocking anybody from the ZBet community at all. So if anyone came and attacked and affected anything, again, I really do want to apologize for that. But for me, it's I'm always on the offensive because look what they've done. I mean, we're trying to speak truth about the community, and they're coming out saying they're going to attack. They doxed somebody the other day. Like, this really happened, and it doesn't matter who this person is. No one should be getting doxed and have to worry about their family's safety. And that's what really is going on, and that's how bad it gets. And they're threatening to dox people for bringing up truth. They did it to me. Then they fake dox me and dox the wrong person who found out about it, and they might get in trouble for that. And so there's a lot of things that, like, I'm being directly attacked for trying to speak truth or what I believe to be my truth. And so yeah, I go
I
hard.
think I
Yeah.
think that attack is because of the attacks that you did back in the spring and beforehand. Because after you attacked me and my project, which was a new project, and I was creating and building before that, and I jumped into this because a friend asked me to, and I did my research and saw that you've been doing this for a while. But I don't condone what you're talking about. What if they're doxing people and stuff like that? And I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing some stuff I don't uh, think is right. That's why I I showed up here to this to kind of see what's going on and say my piece. I wanted to say something with uh, I I got five on its first space, but I think I showed up late, and it was probably a good thing because I still had anger issues about things, and I needed to deal with that. So now I can talk in a calm manner. But like, I think you need to watch attacking just everybody that has ZBCN to them because we're not all like what you're talking about. We're just like any other person invested in any other crypto. I'm not just invested in ZBCN. That was not my first investment. We were watching charts on other cryptos before I got into ZBCN, and I'm not just into ZBCN. And I have my reasons for being in ZBCN because I'm a visionary and I see things that will benefit what I'm wanting to do down the road. But I'm
Yeah,
also into other cryptos that can help with that. So
Rara,
I'm just wanting the hate to stop.
Rara, I think that to the extent we say these ZBCN people, that's a literary device that's called hyperbole. It sort of groups them in easily so we can make an oversimplified judgment. And so it's inappropriate
Yeah,
in a setting like
it is.
this. It's inappropriate in a setting like this where
It
where
is.
if we don't need to be efficient and say, why are you guys not just reading the document? Who's you guys? Some of us do. Okay, fine. But
Yeah, who's
by and
doxing who?
large, sure, but
Well,
by and
who's
large,
doxing who? And I that's what I
exactly.
don't know.
Exactly.
I don't
So,
know that.
but I ask you, what you've seen so far since you've been here is we do treat people as individuals on the merits. Several Zebek people came up today, and not a one was disrespected. They were all encouraged,
Right.
all invited, and so it's not as though in practice anyone is, at least on from my vantage point, is lassoing in the entire group and denouncing them. Rather, on an individual basis, case by case, we have name dropped people who have been a resistance to finding people help and finding truth. Lantern, 314, Hard Drive, ZBCN Man, Cash was King. We dropped these names because these are the people standing in between us and the lay person who does not have the time to be a subject matter expert. I can't remember if it was you or somebody else who said this, who was like, hey, do your own research. It's like, guys, let me tell you something about do your own research, because it's one of those things that just is thrown out there by people who are new to crypto.
But
And so
people don't understand what that means.
it sounds, here's what I mean, but
It's
here's
so
what's mad.
loosely that people don't really take it to heart and
Yeah,
do
well,
it.
I don't
I
think that
do.
I don't think that everybody can to the same degree, Rara, and so I'm going to explain that real quick.
True.
So,
True.
so I happen to have the overhead in my day, and having a technical background, and have been in markets and been in crypto for many years, to have hours and hours and hours of research to help people in this capacity and instruct. We've got a world out there full of carpenters, mechanics, teachers, pilots, accountants who have their own subject matter expertise and they do not have the time to devote. Trust is built into the way people are. We all defer. I'm not a biological expert, so I don't pretend to be one when it comes to whether or not I should grow a certain type of food a certain way. I look it up. I'm not a physicist, so I don't. I just when I go to fix my car, I just sort of look up how a internal combustion engine works, and I defer. All of life is people who are finite people who have one life to live, finding a subject matter expertise or being a shallow jack of trades, deferring to people, especially in the age of information with LLMs and AI, deferring to expertise. I do not begrudge anyone who says, I'm not an expert, but this person is, let me sort of lend my trust in a certain direction. The problem is when you don't have discernment, an
Right.
actual personality trait, a character trait, a wisdom trait, discernment to know whom to trust. Because trust is part of the equation. No one who's ever lived can say they didn't trust somebody in some capacity for some end. And not everyone is a financial advisor. Not everyone is a macroeconomic expert. Not everyone can talk to you all day about rate cuts. Apparently not everyone can talk to you about supply and demand, or about markets, or about order books, or about technology. I can, and so I assert myself into these spaces to try to find help and learn from people. That's how I got here. But what you have is a bunch of people who are saying, do your own research, as though that's even possible for the guy who's just trying to feed his family and invest somewhere when he recognizes that fiat is being debased every day and he needs to do something. There needs to be voices out here who are genuinely trying to help people learn versus the grifters. So I feel a
Right.
sort of calling to insert myself in these spaces and say, hey, anyone who wants to know things and who recognize what facts are, come. I will just, we can just go look at the chain. We can go look at primary sources. We can read together. And what you have instead are people saying, do your own research, as if they even do their own research. They don't. And so it's just built into the fabric of reality that not everyone is going to understand crypto and markets and investment, and they're not all going to be financial advisors just because they want to invest. That's why most people, most retail in the world, just lets Edward Jones do it for their 401k or their IRA or something like that, and they invest in S&P 500. They don't know, they don't have time to know. They're just trying to feed their kids today. And you've got a whole group of people out here who are LARPing around pretending to be experts, and the best thing that this single mother or somebody can latch onto is the guy who sounds confident. That's why it's so unethical, is because these people will rampage around the internet and say rails. And this person who's just like trying to do their best is like, I guess he seems to know what's up. I'll put some money on that. And then they might lose it. And so everyone's like, we just need to have peace. It's like, not against those people unless they want to be humble and ask questions. Otherwise, we lose the entire side of the internet's voice that actually checks those people and says, here's how it actually works. I'm here to help, and you don't need to trust me. I will teach you how to read it for yourself. The ZBCN community, and I will loop them all in here, I told Patriot this earlier, has not a single person willing to do that honestly for them. And that's all I've tried to do.
I would do that for them, but I'm maxed out. You know what I mean? I do my research and I put out what I can, but
Then don't.
um,
Then don't. You're maxed out. You're maxed out.
yeah.
I get it.
I
Don't.
mean,
Then don't.
I do what
Then
I can, but I
good.
do
And then
what I can with what I know because
exactly.
I'm more on the visionary, creator, and builder side,
Great.
and I
And you're
always
not.
have been. But
You're
I've
not
done
therefore
research,
gonna. You're not therefore gonna pretend to be something you're not and mislead people.
right?
And then when someone who actually has done this for decades comes and says, "Actually, you're wrong," you're not going to block them and tell them the rug puller. You're not going to do that. You're not. But
No,
you should
if
know
someone
a
attacks me, like
huge.
you spoke about earlier,
Yeah.
like you spoke about, if someone attacks me and my family, yes, I'm going to,
Exactly.
because
But you should know, and maybe you do, that a disproportionate amount of people that are ZBCN holders versus people who are truthers are that way. And you should know that's why we tend to sort of speak of them in these binary terms. It is, of course, in practice, the case that we treat everyone with respect, and we've proven that tonight. But by and large, there's a disproportionate amount of people who are buying into ZBCN and then pretending to be experts and just saying things that are buzzwords and adoption partnership names and having ChatGPT think for them and outsourcing their brain. Those people are opposed to us, even though we would lead them into fresher waters. And so I am not a doormat or a pacifist. And those people will meet a lot of resistance from me because there are real people over this last year who have thanked me with everything they have that I probably saved them money. So I'm going to continue to do that. And somebody can call it mean or hate. They can call it that. But my brand of hate looks like primary sources linked directly to the blockchain. That if that's hate, then basically we have this problem that liberals have. Sorry to get political about it, but you
That's
get
not the
called
hate. It's the hate around it. It's the attacks coming
that.
from people that
Yeah,
are
I'm again,
believing
Rara.
the report. You know
Again,
what I'm
Rara.
saying?
I'm not going to go ahead and try to defend every single person who wants to be anti-ZBCN. I can't. I won't do that. What I will do is I'll speak for myself, and I'll say that to the extent you want to be representative of your community, and I'm not even sure you do, you have to understand that when we oversimplify and call quote unquote them out, we're doing it because they're not even calling each other out. I have yet to see anybody from quote unquote my side treat somebody with just absolute disdain and or else they would not be aligned with me. No Face is passionate and sometimes he's all over the map. But every time I've been in a space with this guy, he actually is amenable to reason. Actually, and he's respectful. He actually calls the back holders up to the stage. He doesn't hide from them. He says, "Come up. I want to hear from you." As long as that continues to be true, I'm not gonna disavow him. Now, the people I'll say your people. I know that's not fair. That's the whole concept. But your people do the opposite of that. They reject any kind of conversation about this stuff, and so I continue to group them in and stereotype them. And as people on a case by case scenario want to engage with me in the comments or next spaces, you've seen me engage with them as individuals. So I just want to say I'm
I
not
think
going to completely eliminate my
those
shorthand.
people that you're talking about are uh, strong in their conviction. They know what they've researched, and they know what they believe. So you can't knock people for believing in what they believe in.
I can
They have,
actually, and that's where I'll disagree with you because people believe lies all the time, and these are the people saying I know what I hold, and they clearly don't. And when told, I don't think you know what you hold. All respect, sir. Would you like to look over the facts of what you hold? They say screw you. So no, not all conviction is equal. That's arrogance and overconfidence, and that's the exact
Patriot
confirmation bias.
doesn't say that to you.
No, he doesn't because he's patriot. He used to, by the way, but we talked through that
Yeah.
all the way through that an hour
Well,
ago.
there's not like there's it's hard it's hard for me to spit this out, but not everyone is like that handful of people that you're talking about.
I agree,
I'm
but
here to talk to
I
you,
agree.
and it's
I
taken me a
agree.
minute, but I'm here to talk to you, and I even talked to No Face, which I didn't think would ever happen
Yep.
after
See,
what
I agree.
happened in the springtime.
Not everybody is like the people who we're talking about, but
Yeah, so we need to drop that kind of
a,
line of thinking there because
a
that's
dis
hurtful.
I don't think we ever adopted that line of thinking. It's not as if we said we don't want to hear anybody from Quebec come up. We don't want to host public debates. We don't want to invite. We've done the opposite. We've entreated people. We've begged people. Please come and speak to us in public as human beings so we can hash these things out. And we've been mocked, laughed at, and dismissed. It has not gone both ways. It's not equal.
I think people are just tired of the noise and the hate. I think that's what it really boils down to. And I think if you're getting any block from people like that and not wanting to participate, it's probably because of the attacks and the hate. And they're still suffering from PTSD. I've seen it in other communities that I'm a part of, and they were attacked before ZBCN was attacked. And they just want a peaceful space and all this stuff and like rainbows and unicorns when it's
I'm I'm
really not.
I'm sorry, Rar, but I've
Sorry
got to
to
disagree.
interject as well.
Go ahead.
David has a very good point. He has been very making clear points. Rara, um, I understand you're from the ZBCN community and you're speaking on attacks on your projects, but it's really attacks on ZBCN and it being what it is. So that's why there's a collective narrative in the attacks, in a sense. But it's not. And if you are a person who believes in a project, and you said a friend got you in, and you support XRP as well. XRP is to me a legit, technically legit crypto. But then ZBCN is the direct opposite of that from my own outlook. So I would attack ZBCN in general as a project and whoever comes to speak on it, because you feel you're not doing any harm to other people. But when you speak on ZBCN, not knowing what it really is or how it operates, or just because you have the conviction of someone who's your friend, someone out there with a family is going to invest their whole life savings in it and they're going to lose it, and those kids are going to be on the streets or something like that. So the repercussions and what follows after, it's not just for you or for your family or for, but you make a stand in public and you say yes, buy this, so you become actually liable to some extent in what you put out. So that's why David was saying it's really, you should know who you get involved with. You might not think it's an issue right now because it's safe for you, or no one in your space is getting affected to that extent. But people who know what you're selling will feel like you're attacking them or you're doing something wrong. So that's just the little nuanced dynamics or influences that come up with such things. So yeah, just to state that.
Okay, the one guy that I was talking about got me into the project I'm working on, not ZBCN. Um, the name, not the project itself, or not ZBCN. I got into crypto with my own conviction and my own discernment. I'm invested in what I'm invested in, and everybody should be invested in what they're invested in. If you're going to invest in something, you need to do the work. And I did my work, so I'm going to stand on that. But I'm not going to stand up for people that are attacking different cryptos. And I don't do that out on socials. I don't attack other cryptos. I'm into XRP, and I've seen the PTSD on the XRP side, attending spaces with XRP, communities. And
Rara,
so it's
Rara,
not just BDCN
I'm sorry.
community.
Can I ask you a question real quick? If Simon, the CEO of Zebek, came out and said, our ZBCN token is deflationary, and investors, you can count on that, and then I came out and said, actually, it's not deflationary, I can prove that. Would you consider that an attack that you would despise?
If you have your 33-page report to back that up, no.
Okay.
So
Okay. So this
that's not the attacks I'm talking about. I'm talking about
yeah.
you having this report out there and having these spaces. People that are listening are getting a little smidget of it, and then they're going and running their mouth on X and attacking people that have ZBCN at all on their page,
Yeah. Again, I don't
or
know who you're
XRP,
I don't know who you're
but
talking
not.
about, but I'll say this. I'll say this. To the extent we're our brother's keeper, you go and wrangle in Lantern, and then I promise to wrangle in No Face, and we'll see who wins. Okay? I don't really know what else to say because I can't speak for these people, and we've been at this for an hour now.
I don't know what to say either. That's why I came here, and I tried to bring it up to a few people in XRP, and the PTSD kicked in, and they didn't want to talk about it. So
Okay.
it's not just happening here; it's happening in other
Yeah,
communities. And
I understand.
I'm
I can't.
I'm a
I'm not.
good
I can't.
person and spiritual, and I don't
Sure.
understand how to fix it because
Great.
I believe in truth, like you.
Yeah.
And I read your report, and it had me deep diving.
Yeah.
And I really didn't have the time for it, David, but I went and did my homework, and I still have questions. So that's why I'm here. But I'm not going to uh, defend
Yep.
people attacking people for what they're invested in.
Yeah.
And
I
that's
think
not what
I
you're
think we've.
doing, but it's
Yeah.
what
I
other
think
people
we've.
around you are doing.
I think we beat this horse in the ground now. We both understand each other. What I've done, Rara, is I've followed you, and my DMs are open to you. If you have any questions about anything, whether it's, hey, one of your friends you're accountable for said something, I'll try to address that. Or, hey, I have a question, Mr. Beck, please ask me. But I want to move on from this because I feel like we're relitigating things we've already talked about, and I know how spaces can get circular. But I really appreciate meeting you, and I hope you feel
Hmm.
respected. And I hope you, if you have any technical questions, since we're all invested in software, at the end of the day, people's feelings aside, we all need number to go up. I hope everybody feels like this is a safe place to come and discuss that. No face, you want to take it around the horn one last time?
Yeah, I think it's been a very constructive spaces, and again, Rara, no shade on you. I never want to affect anyone intentionally like that, or make them feel like they can't come work in the crypto space or just anything like that. It is purely me versus Zbeck at this point, not the community. But there are some people in the community who need to be addressed, and that's everyone can agree with that. Um, I don't know if you're
I
out. You're
think
probably not out there shilling and saying that Zbeck's a utility coin and all this stuff. So there's no need. I'm not going to sit here and you know throw shade on you or attack you. And if I did in the spring, it ain't happened since the spring. Me supporting a document with 70 plus sources is just that. I think I've shown some form of level of maturity of kind of walking back some of the, not walking back, but not really continuing a lot of the conspiracy and the name calling and the attacks on people. But when people are out there shilling something and blatantly lying to the community, I have to kind of stand up and say my piece. And I appreciate everyone for Zbeck, from Zbeck coming up and talking, and Patriot coming through. It'd be nice if one day we can hear Simon himself respond to a lot of this, because it's not just, and I hope people from Zbeck can realize this now. It's not, oh, No Face is against Zbeck. Let's go ahead and attack No Face. It's no, like, you guys should want some answers too, because now all the information is out there. And it's developing every day at this point. Like we said at the beginning of the spaces, with Sam's first movement scandal filing for bankruptcy today. This stuff is it's developing right now, so everyone needs to pay attention. And I just appreciate everyone coming in, listening, and talking. And David, it's always an amazing space when you're coming through, dropping straight facts. It's cool to see we're making connect. I mean, people in other countries are figuring out about this. Shout out Nambia, okay. Uh, there's a lot of stuff that can be addressed here, and it's going to continue getting addressed. And I will try and not, I think I've been doing a good job of recent of not really name calling. I'm not calling anyone a retard or any crazy names like that. Or this is really becoming fact based as of recent. Obviously, I'm always going to have a little bit of conspiracy in the back of my mind, but to even get to that point, to even address a lot of the stuff that I might truly believe, we need to get through the facts first. And that's what you guys are seeing right now, is we're getting through the facts first. We can address the conspiracy stuff later, but we have Simon to be concerned
Yeah.
about now, and all that stuff. I mean, he lied. This
He,
last week has been crazy.
yeah. No Face, if I could just say real quick as we wrap up, thanks for everybody who came to what was ended up being a 4-hour space. I knew this was going to be great. I didn't realize it was going to be this great. We had Zebek members come up and actually talk. We hashed out a lot of things. But I just want to say, I just want to put this out here for perspective's sake, okay, guys? We made some friends tonight, and that's always good. But the most important thing here, do not forget, is that we are trying to make sure that we are not invested in something that is higher risk than we thought it was, outside of our own comfort zone of gambling. We can talk about making friends all day long. Our DMs are open. Let's chat it up. Let's talk about barbecue. Let's talk about whatever. But what I came here to talk about was you can literally go and look and prove on chain that they have a backdoor to these smart contracts and employers pre-fund. And I'm not looking away from that to sing kumbaya with anybody, because I love you, not because I hate you. That's what compassion looks like. I will tell you what you do not want to hear. I have children. I do this all day long. I'm not here to make you comfortable and feed you cake every day because you like it. I will feed you vegetables until you are well. This is not a safe investment if you think it's utility. And I want to bring it back full circle to that. CBC Nation, to the extent you guys want to be friends, let's sing kumbaya. But you are gambling. And if you don't think so, come and talk to me. I can prove it.
Yeah, and everyone keep an eye out for, I know David was floating around another document he might be coming out with soon. Everyone keep an eye out for that, because I will be reading that. There's another one I need to catch up on as well. And this is all factual information, right? It's not me coming out saying some BS conspiracy and lending this, lending that, though I might believe that, right? These are just facts, on chain facts. There's no need to attack people over this. I'm not trying to attack anyone over this. I'm just trying to show them the facts and they get mad. And that's kind of what happens. But people are waking up. I'm happy that Zebek and the community has come up here. Um, and yeah, hopefully we can kind of mend some of the issues that have been taking place within the community. Again, I won't speak on it too much, but I feel like I have to, right? It is never okay, no matter who you are in crypto or what's going on, to put anyone's livelihood, family, or anything at risk, and it should never be done. And that is a immediate, just you do not cross that line at all. And so hopefully that will things like that will never happen again. But we can get to the truth here at some point. I think there's enough people here where we can start asking questions, and I hope that Zebek and the community will start to ask questions here because there is a lot to be asked and to be figured out. And without trying to cast doubt or anything on this project, I do believe that we are getting to a point where like something is gonna. I don't know. I just think something's gonna pop off. There's just too much information kind of building up out there, and I'm not here to rally the troops or say anything crazy, but I just think everyone in Zebek needs to look at their investment, decide where they want to go forward from here, look at the information, and understand that in some cases here, right, your CEO said one thing, then he said another thing, and they did something completely inaccurate from both of the things he said. I mean, there are a million things to pull from in terms of burns and all that stuff. So just keep it in mind. And like David and everyone has been saying this entire time, is this is extremely centralized, basically. It's extremely centralized, very no real utility that we've seen thus far. And if you feel comfortable putting your money in the hands of a project whose founder has been alleged to scam like thousands of people and millions of dollars, who is now another ghost advisor after he was a ghost advisor for Movement, go ahead and make that your risk. But I just personally do not agree with something like that. And I'll keep making noise about it because it needs to be said out loud, because there's too many new people coming into crypto that will get caught up in something like this. And you can't lie, the marketing, if you don't know what you're looking at, it's good at face value. So you're going to fall for it. And so people need to know that stuff. But yeah, I don't have too much left here to say. Maybe we'll do another Spaces again sometime. I'm sure some more stuff is going to develop 100%. And this isn't over. I know, we've got Dark Horse here this entire time listening. Shout out to you. And for all the information you've provided as well, and just everybody here. And I encourage you guys to not be quiet about this at all. Maybe we don't have to attack everybody, right? But there's a few people like Yab and 314 and Lantern who, I'm not saying they deserve it, but like, you're just
Yes, they
asking. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're just asking to get attacked. Like, I don't know what you want me to say about that, but
It's called the parry. We didn't shoot first, but we're also not going to literally be a doormat for anybody. Like if someone says you're a pedophile and you're a rug puller, and so are all you and your friends and your family, I'm going to say you're a liar and a snake, and I'm
Yep.
going to parry. If I don't do that in the name of peace, then I'm a pacifist, and that's inconsistent with my ethics. I don't actually care about the people I'm trying to protect. I've said that 10 times tonight. I'm going to keep saying it. Everyone who wants me to just be at peace with people, just know that it's my intention to secure peace. But I'm not going to do it naively when someone wants to just go blow me up. You're going to have a fight on your hands. And you should, because I've got people to protect.
yeah, I don't think you could have said it better. Uh, that those few people, representatives, Lantern 314 and Yab, since there's a few people still in here, like I want everyone to pay attention going forward, right? On what these guys really say, how they post, and and the replies, and how they are really interacting with the community and what they are saying. And we don't have to tell you. You guys can see for yourself. You know, the lies that they kind of peddle and just what they say. It's ridiculous. and and I think people need to know that there are snakes in the grass. I mean, that's just what it is, right? Maybe ZBCN man was one of the worst of them, or the worst of them, right? But who knows how many more there are of him in there. And from what I've observed, you've got Yab, who's a major community member, who is just a voice for Simon and what they have to say, and he's saying everything's circulating and peddling the lies. And then you've got Lantern, who says this is super transparent. Let's go, ZBCN to 5 cents, etc. But they won't address any of the facts, and that's something that you always have to look out for. And I challenge everyone to just go out there and keep pressing them with the facts. Don't attack them, just press them with the facts. The algorithm is almost, and I believe is almost in our favor, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this shit kind of blew up over the last week. A big thanks to David for that. But the algorithm is bringing people together to talk about this and get together. It will continue to happen. I mean, look at all the people who showed out tonight. So I think person by person, people from the ZBet community will actually wake up, start coming over, and maybe they'll want the questions for themselves, because there's a lot. And if anyone wants to say anything else, I'll just be quiet real quick. I don't know if the last minute, I don't know if you wanted to say something. It looks like your mic's open.
Well, if he doesn't, I'll just say good night, y'all. I've outstayed my welcome, and this has been an excellent space. I'm going to go ahead and drop off, whether you guys continue or not. Peace, everybody. My DMs are open. Let's talk soon. Look out for this next chapter, Lemonade Stand Part 2.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate the conversation, and we'll be around. Have a good night.
Have a good night, everyone. I appreciate you. Yep, we're going to close it up. It's been a good one. Tap into David's X, Five's X, Salga's X, everyone's X up here. Go ahead and let's all connect with each other. Drop a follow. I'll follow you back. And let's keep raising some awareness on this. But it's been an amazing space. It's very long. So I'm going to get out of here, guys. But I appreciate each and every one of you. And this is recorded. You can go back and listen to this at any moment. I'll post it on YouTube when I have a moment. But yeah, very good spaces, guys. Shout out to you. And we'll do this again sometime. And yeah, let's all connect. DM's open. You feel me? Everyone have a good night, okay?